Hello all. Welcome to Global Pop-Up Newsroom, hosted by Asian College of Journalism, Chennai, India. I'm Anusha Andrews, your host for today. It is my privilege to welcome you all to this experience of Global Pop-Up Newsroom. First of all, what day is this? Oh, it's March 8th, International Women's Day. To all the wonderful women out there, happy and proud Women's Day wishes. Today, here at our Global Pop-Up Newsroom, we are celebrating the amazing women in our lives and their contributions to the world. Yes, we have reporters joining us live from all over the world to tell the stories of incredible women who have brought a change to this world, who have made some of our lives easier, who have achieved something that was told impossible to achieve. Yes, let's celebrate and hear out the stories of change makers. Are you excited? Well, I am excited. But before that, if you are new here, let me give you a brief intro about the Global Pop-Up Newsroom. I'm sure some of you might be wondering, like, what is this? Is this a live social media live segment or is this a newsroom? So let me clear this out for you. Dr. Melissa Wall, a senior journalist and a journalism professor at UCLA in California, is the founder of Global Pop-Up Newsroom. She defines this experience as an example of how people from different countries and different cultures can work collaboratively and respectfully on shared projects with a common vision. Yes, the concept of running a virtual newsroom grounded in communities, right where the news happens, joining hands with young, super talented student journalists and citizen reporters from diverse regions all over the world. In 2022, the number of unique mobile internet users stood up to 5 billion, which means over 60% of the global internet population uses a mobile phone to go online. It is all digital, it's all free, and the style and norms of the journalism is also changing, right? So if you make it to the end of this show, you'll know the drill. We have young, passionate, energetic reporters all around the world bringing stories of women change makers. Starting from Asian College of Journalism, India, we have reporters all over Chennai to bring the best stories out there. Next, we have Dhaka University, Bangladesh, with some amazing reports. California State University, Fresno, is also joining hands with us in this global pop-up newsroom. Next up, we have Newcastle University, United Kingdom. And also from United Kingdom, we have Coventry University collaborating with us in Global Pop-Up Newsroom. I'm really excited about those stories. Then there we have Mariupol State Humanitarian University, Ukraine. I'm so excited about those stories too. So from all these countries, we have student journalists bringing stories of women change makers. But we're not done yet. We also have independent journalists from countries like Africa, Afghanistan, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. So this is going to be a great experience for all of you. This is so far the biggest show ever done in the Global Pop-Up Newsroom because we have 10 countries joining us with the stories of women change makers. Thanks to all the reporters and producers in advance. And if you have just joined us, you're watching the Global Pop-Up Newsroom hosted by Asian College of Journalism, India, and we are celebrating Women's Day by bringing stories of women change makers from all around the world. So let's start by talking about Women's Day, what Women's Day means to us. For me, it's a day to recognize the incredible achievements of women throughout the history and to celebrate the progress we have made towards gender equity. Well, I'm from India, and it is not a secret that patriarchy is deep rooted in our culture, and women are struggling to get their lead in so many levels. So let's focus. It's very important that we focus on the bright side and acknowledge women who have break those barriers, who have come out of their comfort zones, and who have worked really hard to make them true. Let's look at the Global Gender Gap Report. So the Global Gender Gap Report is a yearly report that looks at how equal men and women are around the world. Here we have the rankings of India since 2006 in various categories such as economic participation and opportunity, educational attainment, health and survival, and political empowerment. So the report uses 4 different measures to rank countries, and the ranking shows how big the gap between men and women is in each country. It helps us understand where progress is made towards gender equality and where more work needs to be done. And here, by looking at from ACJ, we have our student reporter Shweta Gupta at Taramani, Chennai. And she's going to introduce Professor Indumati, a scientist who have been working with India-based Neutrino Observatory and a particle physicist. That is exciting. Wow, because Miss Indumati specializes in the field of neutrinos, about which very little is known in the world of science. So let's go to Shweta.
Hi, Anusha.
Hi, Shweta. Hi,
So yeah,
it's so
happy
nice to
Women's
have
Day to
you
you.
here.
So
Happy
yeah,
Women's Day to you too.
so,
I'm really excited about this story. I just read your thread and it's very exciting. Please walk us through the story, Shweta.
so yeah, I'm at the Mathematical Institute of Sciences, and here I have with me Professor Indumati. So let's just get straight to ma'am. So ma'am, can you please just walk us through your world of science?
Hello, yeah, it's an honor to be a part of this Women's Day celebration. My name is Indumati, as was just announced. I work in particle physics. So I think all of us have learned in school that there are atoms. Atoms have nuclei in their centers. So the nuclei have protons and neutrons. And of course, the next question you ask is what's inside these neutrons and protons? And there are actually quarks and gluons. And so as you go further and further deeper into what matter is made up of, you find what are called subatomic or elementary particles. And that is what the field of particle physics is, and that's the field that I work in. So what are these particles? What are their properties? And how do their interactions actually make up the world, the universe that we see around us? And neutrinos are special because they are so-called weakly interacting. It's a little technical word. The meaning of the word weakly is actually something that is very specific to physics. Doesn't matter what it is, but it interacts so weakly, as in the English meaning of the word, that it can pass through many, many Earth diameters without interacting even once. And in fact, as I've been speaking per second, about 40 billion, 50 billion, 100 billion neutrinos are going through me uh, coming from the sun. So these neutrinos are ubiquitous. They are very little studied because they're very hard to actually, in some sense, capture or detect. And that is what this India-based Neutrino Observatory project was about. That you have a homegrown Indian experiment which will study. It's a proposal, so it's not yet in place. It's a proposal to actually build a local Indian neutrino detector. And I have been part of this project right from the beginning, from when we actually conceived the idea and the kind of physics that we proposed over there. So that, in short, is what particle physics does. And you can ask, oh, it all sounds very exotic, but I just want to give you one example before I end with the physics part of the discussion. That 100 years ago, when the electron was discovered, it was a matter of curiosity. I think all discoveries in science are driven by human curiosity. And today, you cannot be listening to me without the world of electricity and electronics. So the whole world of computers has come about, and your internet and your social media, everything that you have today is because of the curiosity which allowed the electron to be discovered 100 years ago. So all discoveries in basic or fundamental science at some point will have its applications in technology. People are very used to technology, but they are afraid of science, in part due to the way I think it is taught in school, very intimidating sometimes. But I'm very happy to see that more and more women, especially more and more people, are coming into science and engineering and technology. And of course, in India, in China as well, we know in these countries that STEM is a very big thing. A lot of people, struggle through years and years of coaching to get into their engineering, and whether it's a good thing or a bad thing is not under discussion today. But the fact that so many women actually are aspiring to be part of this activity, to be part of this community, is something that is very heartening. And I welcome more people, more women who are passionate about science to actually make a career in science.
So ma'am, since you represent the women in science, how do you think they are the change makers of the society? Like, what do you have to say on the representation and the values, challenges for women in today's world in your field?
I think I would like to see change makers as two different things. One is that, when women join a community, for example, there are so many women in particle physics. It's an amazing thing. But, this particular field of physics has many, many women in it, especially in India. It's something we're very proud of. If you just Google any particle physics conference in the last 10 years or so, you will just see the photographs of the participants and just see the sheer number of women, both among the faculty and among students and postdocs. So it's something we're very proud of. But I would also like to see change in a little different way. I think that this is something I didn't really appreciate when I was younger. We were very few of us then. It's nice that we are more of us now. But the fact that we should stand up and be counted as role models to initiate change in society, I think it's important for us to stand there and say, see, I made it, you can make it too. So there's nothing special about me. It's just that I was lucky I had the chance. And that's what we want for more women, right? To be able to participate, to do what they are passionate about. And I think all basic sciences, all research really is something that you're passionate about. I think it doesn't matter whether it's science or art or anything. I think that women should have the opportunity, the option to be able to pursue a career of their choice. And if you stand up and be counted as a successful career woman, though I say it myself, I think it's important as a role model. It's important for women, young students, young women students to realize that they can also aspire to this position. I would like to see the change in that way, as a catalyst of change. Really.
What keeps you inspired as a woman, and how do you think women are doing today in the world?
It's still hard. I think it's become easier in some senses, but it's still hard. Especially if you look at the Indian context, I think it's more social discrimination. I think the problems and the blocks that women face in their careers are social. It's not so much that a kind of an all-male committee above you is trying to suppress your promotion. It's not that crude or that straightforward anymore. But certainly there are a lot of social barriers for women because she's the homemaker. She's the one who educates the children. She's still the one to the whole family revolves around. And in fact, again, taking the personal case, I have been really lucky. My parents-in-law, my children have been incredibly supportive of my career. And I think without that, because a career in science, in the kind of research that we do today at cutting edge science, this cannot be done as a 9-to-5 job. It's really very, very demanding. And you cannot do it if your family doesn't cooperate or doesn't support you in this venture. And so I think large dollop of luck is required, but with that, I think the family support is an extremely important thing. And I think, therefore, it's also important not just to reach out to the young women, but the parents of the young women, telling them how important it is for their children, their daughters to go out, have a career, and to support them in that career. I think the change should come from there as well. The perception of women as just not doing a BA or a BSc or a BCom so that they can get married at the age of 21, but actually, nudging them towards a career which is very meaningful in their lives.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So, Anusha, that was Professor Hindumati. I hope it was very informative and inspiring. Over to you.
Thank you very much.
Shweta, this was a very informative segment because I felt really happy that we started this show with a story of women in science because it's really exciting. So thank you, Shweta and Professor Indumati for joining us today. Thank you. Okay, so next up we have Yangye Ladan. She's a very energetic reporter of ours. She's from Bhutan, and the change maker she's going to introduce is Miss Dechen Wangmo from Bhutan. She's an economic development and marketing officer in Bhutan, and she's one of 4 women sector heads and the youngest sector head in the district. Okay, so let's go straight to the interview and then come back to Yangye.
And yes, same to you. Happy Women's Day.
Thank you so much. And firstly, how does it feel to be a woman in Bhutan?
I personally feel privileged to be a woman in Bhutan because in Bhutan, we enjoy equal social freedom and equalities, unlike the other countries in the world. So we even have certain perks of being a woman. For instance, there's a scholarship given by the Tarayana Foundation, which is solely for the women. And if you look at the sex ratio, we have 95 males for every 100 females, which is quite commendable. However, if you look at the women representation in the leadership and the key positions, the representation is quite less. We have only 18% in the executive positions, 16.5% in the parliament, and only 39.8% in the civil service. seeing these stats, it is quite clear that the women representation in those positions is very less. However, if you look at the hindsight, things are changing, and every year we see more women coming forward and taking up those key positions. And I'm quite hopeful that maybe 10 years from today, these stats will be at par, and also, who knows, might overtake.
Thank you so much for giving us a very good insight on the women representation in your country. And yeah, you are also one of the sector heads in one district. And what are your experiences and the challenges that you face being a sector head in a civil service and in a district office? So could you share us your experience on this?
Okay, so in a male-dominated workstation, I am quite honored to be a woman. In my district, we have around 15 sector heads, of which only 4 are female. So being a female and also one of the sector heads, I'm able to contribute by bringing the perspectives and the voices of all the women, so that women are not left behind while making any decisions. So regarding the challenges, I would not say my gender is a challenge. Rather, I would say my age is, because it is being a young, and also it's very difficult to pitch my ideas and also convince the seniors of my ideas.
Okay, and lastly, regarding your work.
Okay, that's it.
Your work takes you to like rural places of Bhutan. You bring entrepreneurship energy and entrepreneurs from the villagers. And by seeing your work, I feel that you have been in touch with a lot of women from the villages. So how do you find women in the villages through your work? Yeah.
Work takes me to amazing places, and I always go to those places in search of opportunities to help and as well as inspire them. So of the many works that I do, I'd like to highlight on entrepreneurship, because you have also mentioned that as per my record, I have equal number of male and female entrepreneurs in my district. But if I look at the success rate, I found that female entrepreneurs
We were having a little bit of technical issue, but we're back live. So we were just having a interview with Dechin Wangmo. Our reporter Yangye Ladan was having an interview with her, and Bhutan is not a country that was joining us today, but we got lucky and got an interview with a change maker from Bhutan. So we did learn something about the representation of women in Bhutan. So hi Yangye. Yangye is here. The reporter is here. We have a question for you. The question is raised by Jolsna Mani. So Jolsna is asking, are there any issues concerning gender pay gap across sectors in Bhutan?
Thank you so much for your question, Josna, and hi, Anuja. So to answer her question, I would like to talk about my subject. I brought her today because she's one of the youngest sector head in Bhutan. She's just 26 and she's in a leadership position. So I brought her to inspire more young women to come forward, because in Bhutan, if you see, and if you talk with any Bhutanese girls, they will say they feel so blessed to be in Bhutan. This violence and all, though it is there, it's not that prevalent like in other countries. So we actually feel blessed. And our laws and policies do not discriminate women and men. So coming to the answer to your question, there is no gender pay gap in Bhutan. You apply for the position, and that position, it's for all men and women, and it does not discriminate. That's why we feel we are so blessed, and I want more women to come up as well. And the election is coming soon in Bhutan, so I hope many women come forward rather than just feeling blessed. So I hope this was inspiring subject for the women here who are watching today.
Yes. Thank you, Yang Yan, again, and happy Women's Day.
You too. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you, Yang Yan and Miss Dechan, for joining. Okay, and before going to the next reporter, I just want to say that if you have just joined us, you're watching the Global Pop-Up Newsroom hosted by Asian College of Journalism, India, and we are celebrating Women's Day by bringing stories of women change makers from all over the world. So our next reporter is waiting. We have Navya from Tambaram, and she'll be interviewing Miss Semmala Selvi. Ms. Selvi is a Dalit right activist and an assistant professor in the Department of Social Work, Loyola College, Chennai. The interview is focused on intersectional feminism. So, intersectionality is an approach that centers on coexisting forms of oppression in order to understand them better and find appropriate solutions. So, when we talk about intersectional feminism, it's a framework that identifies and acknowledges women's overlapping identities, by providing a unique way on their experience of oppression and discrimination. So, let's hear more from Similar Selvi. Hey, Navya.
Hi,
Hi.
Anusha.
Hi, happy Women's Day.
Happy Women's Day to you, and happy Women's Day to everyone tuning in today.
Yes, we all are excited to hear from Ms. Semela Selvi. So let's get into the interview.
Okay, so I'm with Miss Semela Selvi right now. She is a Dalit rights activist and an assistant professor at Loyola College, Chennai. So without further ado, hi, Miss Semela Selvi.
Hi.
So my first question to you is, do you think feminist movements in India have failed the subaltern woman?
Very good evening to one and all present here, and also watching live. Happy Women's Day to all of you. It's very interesting to know about this pop-up room, and I'm glad to be part of it. And of course, yes, the feminist movement in India, it might sound a little harsh, but then the why I say the feminist movement in India have really not concerned about the subaltern perspective is there is no criticism from the so-called mainstream feminist movement about the patriarchy in Indian context, which is Brahminical patriarchy. So when the feminist movement really talk about women's rights, they have to really get to the root of it, where the religion and also the Vedic text and other Manusmriti and other Smritis are really dictating how a woman should behave. In isolation, you cannot see feminism in Indian perspective. You have to see feminism through the lens of religion and also the culture, which is also imbibing and then oppressing women. So again, the so-called feminist movement are really not intersectional in a sense that they don't talk about this annihilation of caste, as Ambedkar has pointed out, and they don't really talk about mainstreaming the other marginalized women like Dalit women, Adivasi women, minority women, Muslim women, Christian women. So I feel there is a whole vacuum in India where all the women should come together. Then we can really see the real idea of patriarchy. Here, me coming from a marginalized community, I feel like it's always the feminist movement plays like men versus women. But for us, many a times, even in local villages where I go to fact finding and other stuff, so it is predominantly OBC women who are also opposing Dalit women. So there is not much solidarity even at the level of movement building and also at the grassroots. Even for a simple example, if I have to say, this 100 days of work. So it's a guarantee, it's an act. So even when women go there, we couldn't see like all women sit together and then have their lunch together because there is a whole lot of discrimination. So we have to stop saying that all women are same. Here, all women are not same. There is some marginalization, there is subalternity. It's definitely we need to look in all these dimensions. So post-independence era, if you could see, lot of women movement have built, but are they really intersectional? Are they talking about this whole idea of caste? Are they talking about annihilation of caste? In that sense, which a lot of English, I say, like feminist movement have really not dealt this issue of subaltern.
Okay, and since you mentioned Ambedkar, in a previous conversation, you told me that Ambedkar was a true feminist. So can you elaborate on that statement?
Again, coming back from the same point, how many of the mainstream feminist movement have really recognized Ambedkar? Because Ambedkar, when he was the law minister then with the Congress government, he made an open statement that he wanted to quit his position, quoting this, that he was presenting Hindu Code Bill, which was predominantly protecting women's rights. In Hindu Code Bill, he proposed access to property for women, which was not at all discussed in Hindu Sanatana Dharma. And then he spoke about right to divorce and also adoption and also in terms of wages. So how many of even the left wing movements, I'm a bit critical about it, are they really quoting Ambedkar in terms of how he protected the labor rights, especially the women's rights, maternity leave? Ambedkar, in fact, was against this practice of, I mean, uh, in terms of protecting women from polygamy. So he was thinking of in an idea like, no, it violates women's rights. So all these dimensions are dealt by Ambedkar. So in that sense, I call Ambedkar as a feminist, though he is a man. Like according to me, like he's a feminist. But again, the gap with the same question that you asked, the previous question, like no, the feminist movement does not recognize Ambedkar as a real feminist. Again, he spoke about the Brahminical patriarchy because he took the root of it where this Vedic idea is the one which is oppressing women. In a sense, like no, even Brahmin women are considered as Shudras according to Manusmriti, which was criticized by Ambedkar. So Ambedkar stood for the rights of all women, but unfortunately Ambedkar was seen as a Dalit icon and he spoke only for the Dalit rights or the marginalized rights. Actually, he spoke on various other things, which includes even equal wage payment for women, which is not being even recognized by the labor movements.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Selvi.
Thank you so much.
So that was my conversation with Ms. Semala Selvi, and I hope that with each Women's Day, we start to accommodate more and more intersections of a woman's life. Over to you, Ansha.
Yes, Navya, that was a very insightful conversation about intersectional feminism and critical note on mainstream feminism. The importance of addressing caste to get into grassroots level issues that women are facing. And there is nothing more attractive than a women raising questions to the mainstream. So thank you so much. We have a question, actually, we have a question from Malatika Jayadeep. So Malatika is asking, are political parties in Tamil Nadu dismantling systems of hierarchies to accommodate people from across spectrums?
Political parties in Tamil Nadu definitely they are trying to retain the hierarchy which is prevalent here because they see when you retain the hierarchy, I mean it's easy for them to consolidate that into a vote bank. Because the entire politics, not only in Tamil Nadu, all across India, that people pitch in and then they make a calculation that according to a particular caste in that particular region, they can really get the vote. So it's just a caste vote bank number game. So they wanted to retain hierarchy in a sense.
Thank you, Ms. Selvi. Thank you, Navya, for joining today. So once again, happy Women's Day.
Happy Women's Day.
Okay, bye. So now let's go to Rangoli, our next reporter. So Rangoli will be joining us from Taramani, and her story is about Dr. Sumitra Prasad. So Sumitra Prasad is a social activist in Chennai, a dynamic woman and a proud mother of a 26-year-old son who is suffering from autism. So Sumitra has been fighting towards creating a barrier-free environment for the people with disabilities and women. And for her works, she has been honored with more than 50 prestigious awards like Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Global Peace Award, Lifetime Achievement Award, Special Mother India Award. So it's a very exciting story. So let's hear it from her. So we'll go straight to the interview with Rangoli.
Today, and it's a very important day for me. So my first question to you is now, when did this journey start? What made you take this day and how it's going now? See, this all begins somewhere, and I guess my journey of getting into the social sector began with my personal experience of being a brat, raising a lot of issues, social issues, along with my friends, the boys out there in the neighborhood. We also had a lot of disparity where I grew up. I grew up in Mumbai in a place called Nahod, and we had a lot of economically marginalized people staying there. Even now, if you go, there are people don't live in apartments. We still have our child system, which we are very proud of, and there began the sense of realizing that not everyone is the same. Not everyone has all the opportunities, all the resources. I guess somewhere there you recognize and realize that disparity, differences exist in the world.
So my next question is, as a woman, this journey would have been difficult. You would have faced challenges. So what were the challenges and difficulties you faced in this journey?
See, being a woman is never easy. I say this because we are physiologically predisposed in such a way that that there are issues that we need to take into account. You being a woman can be perceived as something, yaar ye ghar grahasti sab chhod ke. I mean, she's a person, she's got children. If she can leave everybody, so who's looking after her? She's so irresponsible. So, there are all these taglines also that go with you. All the misconceptions about a person who's working in the social sector, leaving everything behind. What could be the reason that she travels? So that mindset, so there are all these stigmas and prejudices, not at just the physical level of how you dress up and go, or the physiological aspect of, oh God, look at her, there is a stain on her back. Stain hai, and then she's talking big. So physiological level, physical level, and the mental level where the thought process clashes with what you want to do. Because here as an activist, you're going into the villages, trying to, have that open the door technique and trying to enter and make place into the society so that you can create that rehab process, and it has to be a seamless affair. So continuous hammering is required. But that also has a lot of efforts to go. So you need to be there, you need to do that. Just because you're a woman and just because they're going to threaten you and intimidate you, that should not stop you from doing what you want to do.
So apart from this social work, social activities, apart from these initiatives, which you as a strong woman do, you as a change maker do, you have your own personal life. You were also a woman there.
Yes.
You as a family. So what you do to make you happy?
I love a lot of things that I perform. Like I love gardening. मेरा सुबह का तो टाइम उसी में चला जाता है. We have about 216 छोटे बड़े pots and plants in the house, and I make it a point to talk to each one of them. I know exactly, and I keep changing their position, and I keep बहुत दिन हो गया, now you have to come here and interact with them. So so I love gardening, and I love drawing. I do a lot of drawing and painting activities. I love to sing, so we are always singing. I'm generally singing, and so I do all these things, and I have a beautiful family, and and I also have been introduced to the K series, and I like those, and I watch them. Thank you so much.
So this was Dr. Sumitra Prasad speaking on her journey, how she helps other women, how she helps people with autism, and how she makes a difference in the society today by being strong, by being what she is, and by loving what she does. That's how a woman should be. A woman should accept herself. Thank you all for being with us today. A woman should accept herself. Thank you all for being with us today.
Hello everyone, and happy Women's Day to all of you. And
Sorry, Rahul.
Sorry, Rangoli, about that. We were having a little technical glitch. Okay, so that was a very interesting story. Standing up for what you believe, and drawing her personal experiences and everything. It was a very nice story. Do you have any takeaways from it that you can share with the audience?
Of course, the kind of work she does, she's a social activist. The kind of work she does is not at all easy. So, because she has to visit, because she visits various states and villages and organize awareness drives as well. So, in that process, she experiences various threats, death threats as well. So, I tried to emphasize that bringing a change, being a woman, is not easy. It's going to be difficulties, and and the difficulties like exceeds when you are a woman. So she talks about how she manages her personal life and professional life, and she goes out. So there is always a question because she's a mother. So there is always a question about if she's going out, she's not able to take care of her family, and who will take care of her son and all. So these are the various and important issues which she raises, and that's the reason I focus more on her personal story to bring out the fact that if you're thinking of doing something, there are going to be challenges. Being a woman, more challenges, but you have to be brave in confronting those, and that should not stop you from achieving what you really want.
Thank you, Rangoli. That was a great story. Thank you so much, and
Thank you, Anusha.
yes, thanks to the guests too. Okay, we have Ritika as our next reporter, but before that, I just have to say that if you have just joined us, you're watching the Global Pop-Up Newsroom hosted by Asian College of Journalism, India, and we are celebrating Women's Day by bringing stories of women change makers from all over the world. So next up we have Ritika, and her subject is Miss Valli, who is an entrepreneur. She started her business of homemade organic soaps called Dia Organics in 2016, and it's pretty popular and it is running successfully. Yes, we have a women entrepreneur. Let's connect with Ritika. Hi, Ritika.
Hi, Anusha. Happy
Hi.
International Women's Day to you
Happy
and
Women's Day to you
everyone
too.
who has joined us today. So,
Yes.
women can be a change maker as a professor, scientist, mathematician. So, with me today, I have Miss Wally with us, who is an entrepreneur. She basically started the business of handmade soaps in 2016. So, uh, have let's get into this. Hello, ma'am.
Hello, hi. Happy Women's Day to you.
Happy Women's Day.
And all who is watching this.
How did you come up with the idea of this business?
Uh, Initially, I'm a natural lover, so I want to use the natural products for my skin. So after my pregnancy, I have some skin issues. So I started using organic products, and later I want to make my own products. So I have gone to some classes and learned how to do the products. After that, I shared the product with my friends and relatives. They said it's good. They having some changes in their skin, and it's that two good changes. So we have started our company from there, the year of 2016. So almost 5 years now we are exporting products, and we are having our own manufacturing unit also.
Okay, so as a woman entrepreneur, like what are the hardships that you face, and like how do you overcome that?
Yes, basically, as a woman entrepreneur, comparing to men, the acceptance level is very low. If we commit to, if we are giving some commitment to the vendors or the maybe the persons who are just working with us, they have a light of the trust will not be there. Whether we can deliver the product on time, whether we will have a quality product, there is some acceptance level is less. By giving the consistency level of performance only, they will agree. Okay, they can also do. As a woman, you can also do like that.
So, what is the next thing that you want to achieve after this?
Is actually now we are available, very much available in Tamil Nadu. So we want to take my products to the next level, all over India and other countries also. So we are having our own brand. So we are establishing that, and we just want the society also to change as a organic users, organic product users.
And what do you want to like give advice and tips to the women entrepreneurs who are thinking of starting their own business now, like in the current business climate?
It's a consistency. So once you taking up a project, or once you are going to take up some in manufacturing unit or something, what business you are into, you have to show your consistency in your work, in your performance. Then only people will believe you. Then only automatically everything will fall into the place.
Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
So this was Ms. Wali, who is a women entrepreneur, and I hope the women who are watching us today are able to take some are able to take some takeaways from this, and get inspired to start their own business or whatever they want to achieve in life.
Yes, Ritika, that was a really great story. I mean, women entrepreneurs are always inspiring. Can we ask her what was her inspiration to start her own company, Dia Organics?
So, ma'am, what was your inspiration to start this?
Is it actually the organic products? So it's our own land products. If like neem is a very inflammatory and antibacterial medicine for our skin. So we forgot to use that day by day. So we are running in a day-to-day life. So we are infusing some organic products in the soaps or shampoos or face wash. So we want to convey it is actually free of chemical.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Valli, and thank you, Ritika. Thank you so much. Once again, happy Women's Day. Bye.
Happy Women's.
Bye. So, moving forward, we have Itisha Arya with us, reporting live from Little Spark in Adyar. So, Little Spark is a library, and she's in conversation with Anusha Ashok. So, inspired by the bookstores for children in the United States, Anusha started her own library for children in Chennai. So, let's ask Itisha. Hi, Itisha.
Hi, Anusha. A very happy Women's Day to you and all the viewers who are watching.
Yeah, happy Women's Day.
So right now we were in a conversation with Miss Wali, who is an entrepreneur, and now I'm in a conversation with Miss Anusha Ashok. She has founded her own children's little library for little children, and she's making the difference in a community. So, ma'am, hello, ma'am. A very happy Women's Day.
Thank you. Wish everyone watching a very happy Women's Day.
So, ma'am, how do you balance running a successful children library with your other roles and responsibilities?
I think firstly, if you have passion for something, then you will find a way to make it work. So whatever happens. So that is the first thing. Second is you need to prioritize the tasks that you're going to do and plan it really well so that, you're able to balance going to work, family, other chores, everything. So great deal of planning is required. Even if you plan a great deal, third thing is everything can go wrong. So what do? You just learn to live with it. You just learn to tackle it on the go, because women are very good at multitasking. Mm-hmm. So you would be a natural at it. You will learn to balance everything and move on and take everyone along with you as you go, as also your business.
Okay, ma'am. So as a woman founder of a children library, how do you use your platform to inspire and empower young girls? And what message do you hope to send to the next generation of women and girls?
So as part of the library, in fact, we have always looked out at women's colleges, and we give internships. So we've had quite a few girls who have worked part-time here. Primarily those from backward sections, or those who are very enthusiastic that they want to earn while they are studying. So we have always been giving internships to such girls, and we mentor them as to how things will be once they go out in the real world, how to work in a real job environment, and what are the important things that they need to learn to be successful in any field they choose to work. So all these things we have been doing. We also have another platform where we encourage, college students and women for part-time work, remote work. So they help us create content and all that. So that allows them to work from home and then gives a whole new world, a lot of opportunities basically, right? You can work from home these days. So it's no longer a new thing since COVID. So now we are having a lot more women who are interested in coming up to work and, balance, work-life balance. They get a better work-life balance. So we've been doing all that. And secondly, I'm a part of several women entrepreneur groups. So one thing they'll tell you is that whatever you want to do, young women out there, anything you chose to do, as long as you have the passion for it and you feel you can go the entire way, you have the courage in you to do it, we are there to support you. So we have several forums, groups, WhatsApp groups, several communities which are made up of women entrepreneurs like me, and we will offer you support in any way you want. Any kind of advice you need, because we have been there, we have gone through it, and any product, anything that you want to do, there is a woman who's already done it. So we'll be there to take you into our fold and then guide you and then help you through this. Because the initial stretch is difficult. How do you realize your idea, turn it into a business? That is the difficult phase. Should I do it? Should I not do it? A lot of questions. So we will be there to support you definitely. And so that is the advice I would give them. So if you have an idea and you feel strong that this is it, then please come on board and we'll help you out.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So this was Anusha Ashok, who is inspiring future entrepreneurs and also the upcoming young generation. Thank you, Anusha. Over to you.
That was a very great and a very sweet story. We have a very brilliant question from one of our audience, Amar Panikar. So he's asking, living in the digital age, instead of spending time on electronics, how can we better explain the benefits of reading to children growing up?
Yes.
See, that is the whole reason we started this library, because we want children to experience books. So you still buy toys, right? There are devices, but still you buy toys, right? Why don't you buy books? So we want them to experience the joy of books. So we have very different kind of books here. You have books that you can touch, feel. So kids as small as 1 or 2 years old can experience books. And we have wonderful picture books that talk about everything that you want, with beautiful illustrations and small stories. And the thing is, we want families to be involved. You don't just buy a bag of books and then give it to the child and say read. So that's not how it works. So you need to sit with a child, you need to spend some time, you need to unwind, have it as your own unwind time. So parents need to do that. So we actually started this for very small kids, 0 to 7 initially, because that's where everything makes a difference. So you start early, then their love of books will last their entire lifetime. So that is the whole idea. So we have these wonderful books that we want parents to sit and read with their children, experience and discover the world around them through books.
Yes. Thank you, Itisha, and thank you, Anusha, for that wonderful segment. Thank you so much. And once again, happy Women's Day.
Happy Women's Day. Thank you so much, Anusha.
Next up, we have Niranjana with a great story, an exciting story waiting for us. But before that, I just have to say that if you have just joined us, you're watching the Global Pop-Up Newsroom hosted by Asian College of Journalism. We are celebrating Women's Day by bringing stories of women change makers from all around the world. So let's go to that story. So Niranjana's subject is Miss Malati Raja. So Malati is a person with a disability and she inspires the world with her own life as a message. She is a state and national level wheelchair basketball player and a swimmer. And she owns a travel agency that provides jobs to people with disabilities and women across the country. I can't wait to hear it from Malati herself. So let's go to Niranjana. Hi, Niranjana.
Hi, Anusha. Happy Women's Day.
Happy Women's Day to you too. Yeah, I just read the thread of your story and it's very exciting. I can't wait to hear it from Malati.
Yeah. So Itisha just talked to us about Anusha Ashok, a woman who runs children's library and make a difference. So like reading sports is another activity that enhances our quality. So Malati Raja, a 40-year-old, a person with disability, is a state and national wheelchair basketball player and swimmer who inspires the world through her journey. So during pandemic, she witnessed her friends, people from her community facing financial struggle. Her thirst to help her community made her begin her new venture, Yedumanki Tours and Travels, which is a travel agency that provides job to people with disability and women across the country. Through this firm, she intends to provide affordable travel packages for lower and middle class sections, intending to help people travel with ease and explore places, which actually provide a special package and attention given to disabled people and women. So let's talk more about this with Malati. Hi, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. Happy Wednesday.
Ma'am, so can you tell us more about your venture, your travel agency? How did you come up with this idea?
Chennai started in COVID period. Okay, everyone knows it is probably safe. So that and first way I used everywhere to contact the sponsor. I support my co-players and my kind of people. For example, spinal cord injuries. So because this type of people through which once change the urine tube and the motion tube. So we want to spend much more the amount. So I approached many donors. First stage, all are help to me. Second stage, everyone struggle because everyone facing financial problem. So that I think while I'm asking to others, I want to started anything new. I want to stand in my own leg. I want to help to my kind of people. So that I started to travel agency.
Okay. So you set up the travel agency during pandemic, right? Did you face difficulty setting it up because you wanted sponsors? So how difficult was it for you to set up the agency?
It's very difficult at that time. The difficulty means not oriented to financial because I use the travel agency. This travel agency running one phone and internet connection kind of. But the difficulty is how to approach the client and other things. That time I struggled. I discussed with my well-wishers and friends, everyone. So that at that time, all are given the idea for e-pass. One district to one another district want to go. E-pass is very must. So that my first approach, first an opportunity created e-pass. So I made the generate the e-pass. All are use the e-pass. I got an income. So after that, step by step, I improve my business.
How successful is your company right now? How many women and disabled people work for you from across the country?
Yes, we have successfully completed second year. Totally 7 members is there. All are different age peoples and women. So, we are going to very happy. I enjoyed this business unit. Okay, if every place all are visit and explore. After that, create the packages. This package very useful for different labels, senior citizen, and privileged students. So we are creating the lowest budget, okay, in and out of India. So everyone using today. A lot of people asking, a lot of different label people want to go outside. Everyone come and asking the package. So I feel very happy.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. So that was Malati Raja explaining to us her brave journey. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you, Anusha.
Thank you, Niranjana and Ms. Malti Raja. That was a very inspiring story. Thank you so much. And once again, Women's Day wishes. Well, last but not least, we have Meera, our reporter, with an amazing story. Her subject is Guru Kala Ratnam Mrinalini Sadananda. She is the founder and director of Kala Mandapam, a Kuchipudi dance academy in Washington, D.C. And Ms. Sadananda has received many awards and titles from all around the world. I'm really excited to know more. So let's hear it from Meera. Hey, Meera.
Hello, Anusha. Hi.
Hi, happy Women's
Happy
Day.
Women's Day to you. Yeah. To
Yeah,
all
we
the
are
one who is watching
very
this, especially the
excited.
change makers.
Yeah, we are very excited to hear your story. Please.
I know, right? Same way here. Yeah. So before starting, apart from whatever you have said, she's much more than a dancer. Also a strong woman, inspiring woman, just like Malati, as a strong woman who has a very theoretical knowledge about dance use, music, and politics as well. And that's so inspiring. So before, like, I don't want to waste time. So let's start my first question. Guru Pyo Nama, ma'am. Happy Women's Day.
Happy Women's Day to all the women in the world from all walks.
Thank you, ma'am. So the first question. Kalamandabam, your dance and music school in Washington, D.C. has staged numerous Kuchipudi ballets, including many fundraising events. So how do you feel about being a dancer who has achieved several milestones in India and the US as well? So how do you see that?
Every program that we do, it is a challenge. An award for that matter. And then your job is to keep it up and get it better. So that is very, very challenging. I think. You can't really stop at one point. You got to continuously grow. And also the world is changing. So when the world is changing, the dancer has to change according to the world. And keeping up the tradition, keeping up the manifesting in our case, the Kuchipudi, the form, what our guru has taught. We got to keep all that. At the same time, the world is expanding. So we got to go along with that world, keeping up our tradition. It's a very challenging thing.
Yeah. So this season, UN observance of IWD, International Women's Day, has come up with a theme. It's called Digital Innovation and Technology for Gender Equality. So this is to bridge the digital gender gap on widening social and economic inequalities. So how do you think, as a woman dancer, to bridge this gap in the digital space, irrespective of the gender and generation differences?
It's very interesting what you have asked. Now, there are several aspects to it, and we got to kind of observe it in a step by step. For a dancer, I think the biggest challenge is growing up, then becoming an adult, and becoming more mature, and reaching that stage where you're really, really a mature individual or an older person. Okay? So that itself is a big challenge. And then what I see, how do I bridge a gap? Once I take the mantle of a guru, it's easier to bridge that gap because I'm dealing with the younger generation and then their ideas. So I'm trying to understand where they are coming from and my experience, my expertise, and their views together. I think we can make an excellent move in the field of dance. In a dance, very
inspiring it is. So one last question, ma'am. So on this auspicious day, do you have any message to all the women out there, irrespective of gender and generations again?
Right. Let me tell you one thing. When you are a dancer, a lot of people are, this is the world. The real world is that. Sometimes it might look a little poor, but that we can't change. So what you got to do is you got to do your best.
Exactly.
And then for a woman, there are many roles. See, when you are a teenager dancer, when you are an adolescent dancer, when you are an adult dancer, and then you have a different role as a wife, you're married. Then you become a mother, and then you're raising children. Then all these things are going on with women. In that sense, you should not have dance as a backseat. So the expectation of the audience is changing.
Yeah.
The younger generation are gushing in. And then you are raised to a point where you're not in that generation. But then don't feel sad. You enjoyed it. You enjoyed the cake. Now it's time for somebody else to enjoy it. Now these younger dancers one day are going to be just like you. So that is dynamic. The change is must. So enjoy the change. Now, when you are dancing, appreciate the younger generation, what they are doing. And if you know something that can mold the younger dancer, do it by all means. You continue. And one more thing I want to tell dancers, there's a lot of pressure to look pretty, to look young.
Yeah.
Don't try so much. You have a talent, people will enjoy it. You're talking about Krishna, expressing Krishna, then people are not going to look at you, is he having a wrinkle or not? That's not the question there. The question is, how well are you going to communicate? How well are you expressing the presence of Krishna? In that, don't worry about the audience. Enjoy what you are doing. Then the best will come out. So I really think, women do face some of these challenges, and then there's the body shaming and all that happens. But don't become a victim to all that.
Yeah.
At every stage of your life, enjoy what's going on, and be connected with the younger generation, because the younger are coming, and the younger generation, when they meet, there is a lot of goodness that happens.
Yeah.
A lot of good will happen.
Yeah.
So don't be discouraged. Enjoy the game. That's it. It's a
so inspiring.
And
So
it's a
inspiring.
divine sport.
So inspiring. It was, thank you so much. So inspiring. Just like that, we are celebrating women over generations with so much pride. What more to get more happier, right? So once again, before concluding, have happy Women's Day, happy International Women's Day, everyone. Over to you, Anisha.
That was a perfect way to wrap up the show from ACJ, an artist, right? What a graceful woman. We got a comment that she got a dope attitude. Okay, so we are just done with that story, and I just want to repeat that if you have just joined us, you're watching Global Pop-Up Newsroom, hosted by Asian College of Journalism. We are celebrating Women's Day by bringing stories of women change makers from all around the world. So that will bring us to the end of our segment in India. So far, we have heard interesting and inspiring stories of women change makers. Professor Indumati, a particle physicist and scientist, Ms. Dechen Wangmo from Bhutan, Ms. Similar Selvi, a Dalit activist who gave us an insightful observations about intersectional feminism, Dr. Sumitra Prasad, an award winner and a mother who is fighting towards creating a barrier-free environment for the people with disabilities and women. Ms. Valli, women entrepreneur, Ms. Anusha Ashok, the founder of Little Spark Children's Library, Ms. Malati Raja, a state and national level wheelchair basketball player and swimmer, and at last, Ms. Mrinalini Sadananda. Yeah, I hope you all enjoyed the stories, and it's time for us to move on to our next stop, that is Dhaka University, Bangladesh, to watch what they have prepared for us. I'm sure that there will be some outstanding reports of women change makers from Bangladesh, and it's my privilege to introduce you our vibrant and amazing ghost of Dhaka University, Asra Humaira. Asra Humaira, is that right? Hello, Humaira.
Yes, that's completely right. Thank you.
It's so nice to have you on board with us. Happy Women's Day.
Happy Women's Day to you too, Anusha.
Yeah.
I hope you're having a great day.
Yes. We're really excited about the stories from Bangladesh. Before we start the show, I just want to ask you what Women's Day means to you.
Women's Day, I would say that it represents something that's very personal, that I had to overcome, and seeing people around me overcome all these hurdles of social stigmas and other problems and societal issues, and giving us something that's worth celebrating. Like my mother, who works super hard, and that would be impossible if it weren't for the collective effort from women all around. And I am actually very proud of her and all the women around the world today. That's what Women's Day is for me.
And by the way, you look gorgeous in that sari. You look really good.
Yes, it's my mother's.
Okay, so I'm not going to waste any more time with my small talks. Okay, so let's get into business. And now this is all your territory. All the best. And over to you, Humaira.
Thank you, Anusha, for the gracious welcome. the 3 reporters and I, the students of the University of Dhaka, couldn't be happier to be a part of this session. And our reporters are dispersed all around the country to bring you inspiring tales of women empowerment. Bangladesh has achieved great strides in recent years and has identified women empowerment as its priority concern. A number of programs and policies have been enacted in order to boost women empowerment and ensure gender equality. Right now, we have our reporter Tahsinawar Prachi, who will going to take us on an inspiring journey of how women have conquered the world of development sector. Prachi? Looks like we are having some technical difficulties. Okay, let's move on to our next reporter, Farah Jan Shuchi. Are you here today, Shuchi? Can you hear me? Hello, Farah Jan Shuchi.
Yes, Asra, I can hear you.
How are you today?
Good. What about you?
You're looking very good today. Farah Jan Shuchi is going to take us through an inspiring journey of additional police super of Dhaka police headquarters, Farida Parvin sir, and she will talk about her experiences in the police force and her hopes for the future. Take it away, Shuchi.
My masters, I found that why shouldn't I choose police as first choice? Because I can serve the people directly and I can prove myself that I'm not lesser than a man. I can do what a man do. And there is another reason, I don't have any brother. My relatives often said that, my mother to my father, that, you have to suffer as you don't have any son. But through joining this service, I proved to myself that I'm doing what a son is doing. That was my first, ground that I chose police as first my profession.
If you could change something in your profession and in your sector, what would you change?
I would like to change that this is not for my profession. In every sector, I would like to include baby care center in every institution where a mother working, because as my mother is supporting me, but there are so many families, they don't have any relatives to keep their baby in their home, or they keep in other side, or give them to maid servant, but they are not properly nourishing them.
Do you find your friends, family, and your surroundings helpful and supportive?
Yes, my family, as my mother and father, and my better half was also very supportive. They always encouraged me, please do your job, don't get upset or tension, or keep your mental strength. You know that we have to go through 1 year training at Police Academy Sharda. This is very difficult. You have to run 3 times that morning, 2 times in the evening, and you will get ache and pain in your leg. You will not able to work properly. It's very troublesome. You have to jump through a ramp jump or rope climbing, something like that. If you don't have any habit to play or physical activities, it will be very difficult. But sometimes I myself also became pensive and gloomy. Sometimes I try to cry, but my mommy tell me that please keep your mental strength.
What do you have to say to all women all around the world?
It's a very good opportunity for me. Through this channel, I can pass over my message. That's please, women, girl or lady, step forward and work in firm step and work with shoulder in shoulder to the man and prove yourself. You have some responsibility to the not only family but also to the country and to the other countries beyond Bangladesh. So it's my message. Please come forward and to prove yourself and serve to the nation or to the world. It's my message.
Thank you so much.
Sometimes I try to cry, but my mommy tell me that please keep your mental strength.
What do you have to say to all women all around the world?
It's a very good opportunity for me through this channel. I can pass over my message. That's please, women, girl or lady, step forward and walk in firm step and work with shoulder in shoulder to the man and prove yourself. You have some responsibility to the not only family but also to the country and to the other countries beyond Bangladesh. So it's my message. Please come forward and to prove yourself and serve to the nation or to the world. It's my message.
Thank you so much.
Very, very interesting interview, and honestly, I'm so inspired just hearing about all that. Okay, Shruti, let's hear from you. What do you have to say about the interview?
So, as you just saw, that she is an additional superintendent of police of Bangladesh Police. Her character is very interesting to me, and quite honestly, it's inspiring to me too. And I just wanted people to see that she is an highly achieving lady, and I asked her what her aspirations for the future are, what changes she would like to see, and what she has to say to women all over the world on this very auspicious day. And now over to you, Humaira.
Thank you so much, Ruchi. Your hard work is showing on your interview, and we're so lucky to have you here, and Farida Parvin sir. Okay, is Prachi here with us now? We are extremely sorry for the technical difficulty. These things you can't really escape. Okay, Prachi, how are you?
I am fine. Azra, how are you doing? You look very beautiful.
Thank you so much. Okay, so what's your report all about, Prachi?
I will be talking about how we have in years tried to bridge the gender gap from in the previous years, and also about some little tidbits about some the participation of our women in the workforce and in the development sector.
Okay, then that sounds fantastic. Over to you.
So, among South Asian countries who have reduced the gender gap, Bangladesh is one of the top countries. So, if we are talking about some statistics, if we see some statistics, let's first flip into the latest Bangladesh Bureau of Statistics ICT survey. According to the survey, the internet users of Bangladesh are like 32.7% of them are female. So if we want to dig deep and see where it actually begins, where the process of development actually begins, we will have to see it from the higher secondary level of education. So around for over a decade, the female students of Bangladesh in the higher secondary school certificate examinations have been surpassing boys in the results. Like if we compare, we can see in the year 2019, the number of female students passing and achieving GPA 5 is way higher than the male students. In 2019, the percentage was around 74.19% for the female students and 71.14% for the male students. And within 2 years, in the year 2021, the number of female students passing became 96.67%, where the number of male students passing were 94.14%. Surely it's a great achievement for both the male and female students of our country, but the achievement of the female students cannot be overlooked. So if we take a look at the undergraduate enrollment program, according to band-based, graduation level enrollment for female is now 43.8%,
I think we've come across another technical glitch or difficulty from Prachi's end. Okay, it's no big deal at all. We'll move to Otoshi, who is here to enlighten us about the gradual interest of female journalists in the field, despite the great hurdles they have to face almost every day. Okay, uh, here you go. The floor is yours, Otoshi.
Thank you, Azra. Uh, uh, Women's Day to all. Today, of a female and of some people. First, let's talk about County Howard. She is professor of University of Dhaka. She's also she carried Prothom Alo, which is a lead paper. Let's talk about the hurdle that female journalists follows in Bangladesh. Who the number of female increasing challenges will need to be addressed and overcome. According to an October 2016 report by Shahnaz Bunni, women journalists in Bangladesh media houses account for only 5% media and 25% broadcasting. Also, the total number of 1,252, and of those women account for only 74. General Secretary of National for the County had talked about that women and join profession and media and sub, but it's not for women because as Bangladesh is a Muslim country, there are both some exclusive things. Women don't do journalism. In this case, I get example of myself. In a I do campus reporting, and I
We are really sorry, but I think although she got cut off because of a technical difficulty, apologies. But please accept my humble gratitude for listening to these short reports from our lovely reporters. Now I give floor to Parveen Nejati from our neighbor Afghanistan, and I'm sure they have created some lovely. Parveen, are we here?
Thank you, Humaira. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Anusha.
Thank you, yeah, and thanks to all the reporters
Apologies
too.
for the technical difficulties, but they really actually had a lot more to say. But I guess sometimes things don't work out.
Yes, yes. So we have to wrap it up for Bangladesh, and our next stop is Afghanistan. So we have reporters from Afghanistan. Parveen has joined with us.
Hi, happy Women's Day to you.
To you too, Parveen.
Okay, I'm so glad to see you. And okay, we have, you know, the situation of Afghan women in Afghanistan. We are not in good situation right now. And also, you know that the situation, the story of Afghan women is full of tragedy. I'm so sorry to saying this things today, but you know the history of Afghan women under the Taliban, we are not in good mood. But still, we have strong and we have able women and change maker women that they are still trying to bring a change. And I'm so glad to have some of them today with us. And today we have Sharifa, you know, one of makeup artists and also one of the active women that wants to talk about the situation of Afghan women and about her life and what problems they were facing within Afghanistan.
Yes.
And let's listen to her. I invite you to listen here.
Okay.
نسبت به ما حقوق بیادرای همه تو زنها و دخترها به ارزش بودن و ما درسای خود زیاد علاقمند بودم که درس بخوانم تحصیل کنم و کمک مادر خود تا صنف هفتم توانستم ادامه بدم چون که ما اجازه نداشتم چون که ما یک دختر بودم از او اجازه نداشتم که ما تحصیل کنم.
I am Sharifa Adina. I am a woman in the eyes of the patriarchal society. I am a lowly creature deprived of all the rights. In my father's family, because I was a girl, my brothers had more rights than me, and girls are always considered worthless in our society. As a girl, I was not allowed to study, but my strong interest in education and my mother's help made me to continue up to the 7th grade.
خب زمانی که جنگای داخلی کشور شروع شد طالبا افغانستان گرفت دخترها و زنها از حقوق اولیه خود حتی بی‌ارزش‌تر شدن و دخترها و زنها اجازه تحصیل نداشت بدون محرم از خانه خود برآمدن نمیتونستن و چورچپاول میشدن و زنده به گور میشدن فروخته میشدن.
But when the civil war started and the Taliban took over, Taliban didn't let the girls to study. Even they didn't let the girls to go out without a man. And during the Taliban regime, girls became more worthless and were buried alive. They were even deprived of their basic rights.
و این بدبختانه که ما از یک ولایت به ولایت دیگه فرار میکردیم به خاطر جنگ و با مشکلات و ظلم زیادی مواجه شدم مجبور شدم عروسی کنم در خانه شوهرم که رفتم اونجا مانع شدن که ما تحصیل کنم تحصیل نتونستم تا که حامد کرزی دولت گرفت در دوره حامد کرزی ما بسیار با مشکلات و مبارزه با فامیل خود تونستم یک غرفه آرایشگری رو یاد بگیرم.
Personally, I faced many problems and operations. Our family was always escaping from one province to another province because of the war, until my father made me to marry. My husband's family also deprived me of education and studying, until the Hamid Karzai took over the government and I fought against of my family until I learned the hairdressing profession.
چون ما شروع کردم دکار وقتی که دکار شروع کردم چون که ما بسیار در مشکلات و فریاد گرفته بودم باز به شکل رضاکارانه از طرف مؤسسات ما خانم‌ها را در خانه خود جمع کردم هم درس‌های حقوقی برشان میدادم که از حقوق خود باخبر باشن و هم دوره ابتدایی آرایشگری را برای خانم‌ها تدریس میکردم چون خودم
I started working since I'm a woman and I was able to learn this profession with many struggles and difficulties. I will try to help other women as well. I voluntarily gathered women in my house on behalf of institutions and informed them about their rights, and I also taught them the basics of art and makeup and
چون ما یک آرایشگر بودم جامعه ما جامعه سنتی بود و دیگه ای که زنارم درس میدادم در بخشای حقوقی در خانه خود با همه فامیلا و جامعه ما مرد سالاری بود دیگه از او خاطر که ما بسیار مرد در چشم بد میدیدن در چشم بد به این میدیدن که یک زن بیراه است یک زن بد است و زنای ما را در بیراه میکشانه.
Because our society it was traditional and patriarchal. Women are always considered inferior and weak. I had a beauty shop. People, even my friends and even my family, thought of me as a bad woman. They think I am someone who leads women astray.
و فامیلای ما و جامعه ما همیشه در مقابل فعالیت‌های ما ممانعت ایجاد میکردن. با وجودی که اونا ممانعت میکرد ما تسلیم نشدم تا اینکه دوباره طالبا باز آمدک و دوره قبلی سیاه بالای اولادای ما دخترای ما همی بازم شروع شد.
Always, my family hindered my activities. I didn't give up until the Taliban came again, and the same black period that I experienced, now my daughters are experiencing.
و فعلا هم ما به عنوان یک زن تتوکار و آرایشگر طالبا فعالیت های ما رو بند کرده. ما در خانه بازم خانه نشین شدیم.
Currently, I can't work as a woman, as a makeup artist and a tattoo artist because of the ban imposed by Taliban. Woman as a makeup artist and a tattoo artist because of the ban imposed by Taliban.
Basra Ahmadi from Kabul, Afghanistan. Happy International Women's Day to all the women in the world, especially for the women who participated in this program. I want to speak about the challenges and abilities of Afghan women and girls. Afghan women and girls frequently faced a lot of problems, such as lack of human rights, lack of women's rights, various attacks, forced marriage, and etc. Fortunately, they have been able to break the boundaries of problems and succeed. As far as they have achieved the relative freedom on past government. Unfortunately, with the arrival of the Taliban group, they lost their rights. Now they can go to school, they can go to university, even they can go to an educational center. They lost their job. I think it's very hard. The women who were the source of economy for themselves, and these are the best challenge for the girl and women in our country. It was very painful for me to see the girls who went to school with thousand hopes, but unfortunately they sent back their home with tears on eye and books on back by the Taliban's guard. The most painful thing that I saw, 12 grade girls who were passing the pre-Concord examination on College Educational Center 2 weeks before the Concord examination, but were attacked by explosion. On that explosion, we lost a large number of elite girls, and more than 100 girls stayed injured. On that event, it was unbelievable to see the girl who were injured, but they participated in Concord examination and got high number. For example, Fatima Miri. Fatima Miri lost one eye and one ear on that explosion, but with high motivation, she participated in Concord examination and got 313 marks from 316 marks. Like Fatima Miri, we have thousands example of elite, able, and changemaker women in our society. For instance, Shakar Dukht Jafari. Shakar Dukht Jafari is an Afghan girl who will serve the world with the two inventions at the field of medicine. Sarah Bahai is the first female taxi driver in our country. Nilufar Rahmani is the first female pilot in our country. Rubaba Muhammadi is a disabled girl but an able artist in our country. Even now, the Afghan girls and women are serving to the other women in our country by different way. From the women's struggle against the Taliban because of their rights, to the online educational service, and etc. At the end, I should say that the Afghan women don't accept impossible. They just know possible. Now we have an example of an active and change
and a
maker.
master's degree from University Technology Mara, Malaysia. I have been a lecturer at Kabul University since 2018. As an Afghan woman, I have struggled with many challenges. However, carrying the lofty aspirations to bring better change for my country and for the world undoubtedly has prevented me from giving up. For instance, I lead an interesting research project which was focusing on breast cancer, the most common type of female cancer worldwide. We have directed the paths for future research to bring new hopes and druggable targets for breast cancer patients around the world. Likewise, after the banning of girls' education in my country, I established an online academy by the name of Jawana. It provides essential educational courses to support Afghan female students and to build on their capacity. Furthermore, I am a member of a student organization. It seeks to bring the students and academics from the classroom into the field of practice nationally and internationally. To sum up, as a change maker, I will continue to bring better change, not only for Afghanistan, but actually for the world. Therefore, I sincerely want the world to pave the ground for us by the opening of the doors of schools, universities, and jobs for all Afghan women. Thank you. Universities and jobs for all Afghan women. Thank you.
So, because of some, connectivity issues, Parveen can't join with us right now. But we just heard a story of Shamim's mother, who is a makeup artist. Shamim. So now we have Shamim up here to tell us the rest of the story. Okay, we don't have Shamim right now, but we are going to connect with Fariba. Her face is covered due to some security reasons. We have Fariba right now with us live. Hi,
First of all, happy International Women's Day to all women across the world, especially for my Afghan women who are facing and struggling with lots of problems, and they are passing their toughest days under the Taliban regime. It has been about 2 years since Taliban took power, and Taliban has brought some deterioration in women's rights, their condition, and social and political status. It's so hard for me to say, but Afghanistan is the only country where women are banned from education. After coming the Taliban in Afghanistan, we are banned from education and freedom, and they completely ignore us and removed us from social activities and community. For the women who just feel freedom, it's so hard to see that Taliban banned them from going out, traveling alone, working outside, and banned them from education, and also closed the doors of universities and schools on them. Every day we see all kinds of violence against women, and there is no questioning. Especially about me. Right now I'm in Kabul, and I don't have any choice to live here in Afghanistan. I want to continue my education. I want to feel free. I want freedom. Where should I go? This is my basic right. Education is my basic right. Where I can find which door I should knock for my basic human right. Unfortunately, every time that we want to try and do something for our country, they try to stop us. And they just stop us through different ways and excuses. Even they killed the woman. I don't know. Really, I don't know when we can get rid of this nightmare. But we are tired of insulting, ignoring, and we are tired of this miserable situation. I want from all countries across the world, please don't recognize Taliban because we still do not recognize them as a human. They are not changed, they are still terrorists, their rules and their method of punishment is out of human behavior. So, dear my country's women, never give up your passion, your power and your ambitions. As an Afghan woman, stand up for your rights, education, and for your freedom. Don't allow for a group of terrorists to take your rights, to ban you from education, even do not let them to decide about your appearance. And do not let them to break your feathers in order to forget flying. Continue with all your power, even by broken feathers and feet. I believe in you. We will not be silent anymore. Let's be united against those who want to stop us and show them we will never be afraid. It's a big honor to be an Afghan woman, and woman, you can do anything. You must take action. You must do the impossible because giving up is never an option. Thank you. If you have any question, you can ask me.
So that was Fariba from Afghanistan. We were discussing about women change makers, and I don't think there is anything more challenging than being a woman in Afghanistan and talking about their struggles. And we just heard from her, she's requesting the world to not take Taliban easy. They have harsh punishments, they are denying education. That's the main point she stressed. Yeah, so I think this is what a day, because yeah, as I said, this is a very challenging thing for them. Next up we have Shamim. Shamim's mother is a makeup artist. She just spoke with us a few minutes ago, and now we have Shamim back on live to talk more about the story. Hi Shamim.
Hi, how are you? Thank you.
Hi, I'm fine. How are you?
Thank you.
Happy
Okay.
Women's Day.
First of all, I want to say that Happy International Women's Day to all women.
Yes.
And as you said, that my mother is a makeup artist and also a tattoo artist, but in a traditional society like Afghanistan, people thought of my mother as a bad woman, mocked my mother, often spoke to my mother in a harsh and rude tone. Even my mother was threatened that she should not continue her activities. Hundreds of other pains that we are unable to express with words. And the end, as a reminder, women run the world. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Shamim, that's very courageous of your mom, because I think in Afghanistan, I don't know much, but is makeup artists allowed in Afghanistan? Is makeup allowed for women?
I think now they are banned because my mom is now stay at home and the Taliban threatened that she should not continue her activities now.
All right. Okay, it's very courageous of you to come on live. Thank you so much for joining. Next up, we have Basira with her story. So let's pull up Basira. Hi, Basira.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Happy International Women's Day to all the women and the world, especially for the women who participated in this program.
Yes. You too. Happy International Women's Day.
Thanks.
Tell us about your story, please.
Okay, I wanna say about the challenge. I want to speak about the challenge and abilities of Afghan women in current situation. In current situation, Afghan women and women and girls are faced with a lot of problems. We know that during the history of our country, the Afghan women and girls were faced with a lot of problems. For instance, lack of human rights, lack of women's rights, various attacks, forced marriage, and etc. Fortunately, they have been able to break the boundaries of the problems, and they can succeed. And as far as they have achieved the relative freedom in the last government. Unfortunately, Arriving of the Taliban group, they lost their rights. Now they can go to school, they can go to university, they can go to an educational center. Even they lost their job and they can get their job. I think it's very hard to the women who are the source of economy for themselves. And it was very painful for me to see the girls who went to school with thousands hopes last year on 23 March. Unfortunately, they sent back their house with tears on eyes and the books on their backs by the Taliban's group. The most painful thing that I saw, the 12 grad girls who passing the pre-conquer examination 2 weeks before the conquer examination on College Educational Center, but unfortunately they were attacked by explosion. On that explosion, unfortunately, we lost the large number of elite girls, and the large number of elite girls stayed injured. On that event, it was unbelievable to see the girls who were injured, but they participated in conquer examination and got high number. For example, Fatima Miri. Fatima Miri was a girl who injured on college educational, but and she also lost one eye and one ear on that explosion. But with high motivation, she participated in conquer examination and got 313 marks from 316. And like Fatima Miri, we have a large number of elite, change maker, and capable women and girls in our country. For instance, Nilofar Rahmani is the first pilot in our country. Sarah Bahoy is the first female taxer in our country. Shakar Dukhti Jafari is an Afghan girl who will serve with two innovations in the field of medicine. And a large number example of like these women. Even now, the Afghan women and girls serving to all other women and our country by different way. From women's struggle against the Taliban because of their rights to the online education serving. And now we have an example of an active and a change maker woman in Afghanistan whose name is Nilofar Siddiqui. Can you play the video of Nilofar Siddiqui?
I think we have to move on to the next country now. Thank you, Basira. Thank you so much for that report. Thank you so much. It was very courageous of you, and I'm just extremely proud that Global Pop-Up Newsroom gave a space for Afghan women to tell their stories. So we know that under the Taliban, women are excluded from public life, and their stories are just horrible. So next up, we have to move to Nepal, and from Nepal we have student journalist Akriti, who will be anchoring the show from Nepal. Hi, Akriti.
Hi, Anusha. Happy International Women's Day.
Happy Women's Day. It's so nice to have you here.
Well, thank you. That was Afghanistan. We really were thrilled us hearing everybody's story. So moving forward with the program, Happy International Women's Day to everyone. May we celebrate women everywhere and every day. This is your host Akriti Bharati, a Bachelor in Development Studies student, freelance MC and a mandala artist, and also secretary of Rotary Club of Kathmandu Metro. Women's Day is celebrated every year in Nepal. Many events are organized to provide recognition to the women in the society. Today, our interviewers will be interviewing 4 different women who have been doing great in their own field. Without further ado, our first interviewer, Shriyanshu, is an undergrad environmental science student and has been active in environmental projects and volunteering in climate change action and different programs related to sport, wildlife, art, and philosophy. Happy International Women's Day, Shriyanshu.
Thank you, Akriti. Happy International Day to you too, and all the women out there.
Thank you so much. So today she will be interviewing Neha, who is a registered pharmacist and community nutritionist. in the sector of primary health care, maternal child health, and nutrition for the past 4 years. She is driven to contribute as a social change maker to make a difference in these social facets. Over to you, Shreyanshu.
Thank you. I'm here at Hira Palace uh, with our guest Neha Malla. Shall we begin the interview, ma'am?
Yes, sure. Hi everyone, Namaste. My name is Neha Malla. I'm here from Kathmandu, Nepal, and I'm the co-founder and director of programs at Social Change Makers and Innovators, SOCHAI.
So, ma'am, how did you come up with this idea of SOCHAI, and what actually motivates you to bring the change?
So SOCHAI basically works in the sector of maternal child nutrition and menstrual hygiene management, focusing in women and girls who are in the grassroots of Nepal. We came up with the idea of SOCHAI through our innovative tools, which are the NutriBeads and the menstruation bracelet, the Red Cycle. We developed the idea of NutriBeads in 2016 when we applied to UNICEF's Youth Innovation Challenge that was opened in 2016. We came up with an idea using the human-centered design thinking process because we had researched a lot about innovative solution to tackle the problem of malnutrition in women of reproductive age and in children below 5 years of age, which is very prominent in Nepal and causing a lot of deaths and morbidities of children and women in both those age categories. So we came up with this idea of the bracelet, which, as you can see, is pretty simple and a low-tech wearable tool. It has numbers and different colors. So the numbers 0, 6, 9, 12, and 24, they represent the age of child in months. So it represents the first 2 years of the child, whereas the different colors in between the numbers, it represents the food group that needs to be given in that period. So we also have a card that complements this bracelet. And in the card, you can see the meaning of each color of the bracelet. So between 0 and 6, you can see a white bead, which represents breast milk or mother's milk. For the first 6 months, a mother should exclusively breastfeed her child. She doesn't need to give any food or even water from outside. And this exclusive breastfeeding is vital for the child's mental and physical, as well as immunity development throughout the life. And after 6 months, along with white, you can see 4 more additional colors. So all these 4 colors have a distinct meaning. The brown bead, it represents carbohydrate sources like cereals, grains, and tubers. The yellow bead, it represents bodybuilding foods like pulses, legumes, nuts, and seeds. And the green bead, it represents green leafy vegetables, fruits, and other vegetables, vitamin and mineral sources that bring immunity to the body. And finally, the blue bead, it represents animal source of protein and fat like dairy products, meat, eggs, and fish, which are vital for immunity and body's growth. Now, these 4 food groups, if you see, the pattern is the same up to 24 months, but we've made a differentiation of 9 and 12 in between because as the child is growing, we need to increase the age and frequency by which we give the food. So between 6 to 9, we recommend the mother to feed their child these 4 food groups in 3 different meals along with their own breast milk. Between 9 to 12, we increase the meal frequency by 1 time, so 3 heavy meals and 1 snack. And finally, between 12 to 24, we recommend the mother to give these complementary foods 5 times in a day, 3 heavy meals and 2 snacks. In this way, this information that was already present in the infant and young child feeding practice manual of our Nepal government's Ministry of Health, we converted it into a wearable bracelet so that the mothers can wear it themselves in their hands, and it will act as an alarm or a beautiful reminder for them to feed their child according to their age group. So we tested this idea and sent the idea to the competition where we won the first prize of $5,000, beating 17 countries and 64 participants, and that's how we started our initiative Youth for Nutrition in the Community. We've used this bracelet to educate and counsel mothers in the grassroots, and in 2019 we also received another award, the Lead 2030 Challenge from One Young World, of a cash prize of $50,000. This time it was a global grant, and we beat over 1,200 participants from 100 countries. So this simple idea that has a very low tech and universal meaning actually got us such global recognition, and that's how we started our social enterprise. And while we started our community initiatives, we felt that it was important that we advocate about menstrual hygiene and menstrual health as well. And that's how we came up with the idea of our second tool, the menstruation bracelet, which is called the Red Cycle. So it's a simple bracelet, again, containing 28 beads, which represents the 28 days of a menstrual cycle of a woman's period. And the first 5 beads, which you can see, which are red in color, it represents the bleeding time of the cycle. And if we count exactly from the first day of the period, on the 14th day or the midpoint, you see an orange bead, which represents ovulation. It is the day when the female ovary releases a fertilizable egg or ovum in the uterus and fallopian tube. And in between, the pink beads, 4 days between and 3 days after. This is the most fertile period for a woman to conceive. And if there is no conception or intercourse during this period, this unfertilized ovum again comes out in the form of blood, and this is how the menstrual cycle continues. Apart from that, our bracelet also consists of a detachable tracker, which you can move around and use to track your cycle. So we have apps in our phones which we can use to track our menstrual cycle, but not every female or every adolescent girl in Nepal has that access, especially in remote and rural areas. So in this way, they can track their cycle, as well as our charm has an elephant, which represents the menstrual cycle as their strength, because we have a lot of stigmas and taboos associated with menstruation that has discriminatory practices that lowers the self-confidence of girls in this period. But the fact is that until and unless a female menstruates, she cannot procreate another life in this world. That's why we're encouraging girls to take menstruation as their strength and not as their weakness. And while we conduct this class, we make sure that the boys in the same class, so that they can understand about this process as well and can be a good counterpart and a supporting member to the female members in their lives. So in this way, we use both our tools and came up with the idea of Sochai introducing as a social enterprise. So we also sell our bracelets to people who have the capacity to purchase it, and we have the buy one, donate one model. So whenever a person buys our bracelet, we give make sure that we give one bracelet back to the community, either to a mother or to a female adolescent, along with the education and counseling as a part of their contribution.
Well, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your interview, ma'am. It was really great to hear your initiative, and I hope it made a great impact in the society, and I hope it does better in the near future. Thank you so much, Shreyanshu, for the interview. Now, moving on to our next interviewer for today. It's Aisha Basracharya. Aisha Basracharya is currently enrolled at National College and is doing a bachelor's in social science and is currently working as a trainee journalist at Republica. Happy Women's Day, Aisha.
Thank you, Akriti. Happy Women's Day to all of us. So today I'm with my interviewer at Tamila Cafe, Patan. So shall we start our interview, ma'am?
Sure. Namaste. Happy Women's Day to all.
So starting with our questions. So how fair it is to be as a photojournalist in Nepal when newsrooms are occupied by men?
Though we live in the 21st century, our society, our norms and values is more than less like old and conservative. So every field in our society, every field in our country is dominated by men, whereas journalism, newsroom is not apart from that. Most of the head of the newsroom are male. So being a female photojournalist is a bit difficult and challenging, because newsroom itself hasn't represent photojournalists as a vital or very important source for their resources for their newsroom. They take it as like a secondary or a third person's. So it is the struggle between the text and the photo. Itself, the male photojournalists, they have to struggle for their reputations and status as a professional photojournalism, whereas in the case of the female, they have faced more challenging.
So, with your experience, how much courage did it take to be a photojournalist?
To be very honest, the journalism and photojournalism define the role, doesn't never define the roles between male and female. It's what for both sex, but for both gender and our society, our values, our norms, which determine our perspectives for male and female. And that makes female this feel more challenging rather than the journalism itself, because the risks, challenges, both are similar, same for a male and a female. But our societies, our way of the life, our culture, our value, our religions determine that we are male and you are female. That you have a different role and male have a different role. I personally think that being a woman, I have a more privilege in this field compared to the male, because when I started my career, very few senior juniors were in the field. So I was very privileged because most of my senior male photojournalists, they were very supportive, very motivated. And I was lucky to be the few number in the male-dominated culture.
So yeah, what is the message you want to give to younger girls or younger photojournalists in the
Journalism is not an easy job. So if you want to do a journalism, not only a photojournalism or any other parts of the bits of the journalism, you need to be working very hard. You need a strong commitment, you believe, and you have to believe yourself, because the market is open very easily for you, but it's very difficult to sustain for a longer time. So you need a patience, a hard working, and if you determine for your goals, you can easily work. I mean, the society, norms, values, these are the secondary factors that dominate you. The most important thing is your strong determination that you can work.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, of course, our hard dedication, consistency determines our work and our career. So thank you, ma'am, for being with us today. So over to you, Akriti.
Thank you.
Isha, we have a very quick question for you. It's from Joan Jacob, and it says, do you feel that in your career you have been treated differently because you are a female photojournalist? The question is to man. Is to the man. Is to shoot the man, yes.
Sometimes I feel it like, but no, most of the time I don't feel like I am a female, and they treat me as like a female. But sometimes, such as the case where you are working with the number of a male and you are only female, sometimes it's kind of a feelings that gives us that I am the only woman working in the number of the male. So while you are in working, it doesn't matter. But once it's come with your security, especially if your personal security, physical security, then it's something to matter that I am a female, that I have to be more concerned, more careful about my security and my career.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So yeah, over to you, Akriti.
Thank you, Aisha. Aisha just interviewed the first photojournalist of Nepal, Shruti Shrestha ma'am, today. She has done an incredible contribution to Nepali media. She has been able to publish her works in UNDP, UNICEF, IOM, Mighty Nepal, etc. She has been also awarded with several awards and has been given more recognition. I would now move on to our next interviewer. She is Ashika. Ashika is a final year social work student at St. Xavier's College. She is engaged in sexual and reproductive health rights project lately. Happy International Women's Day, Ashika.
Hi, Akriti. Thank you so much. Happy International Women's Day to you too.
Thank you. Now, Ashika will be interviewing Basanti Pradhan, the CEO of Batika Nepal Private Limited. With 30 years of experience in floriculture, she is the fourth vice president of the Women's Entrepreneur Association of Nepal. She is also an advisor in the Floriculture Association Nepal and is a committee member of WED Community at the Federation of Nepali Chamber of Commerce and Industry. She is also EC member of SARC, that is the South Asia Association for Regional Cooperation Chamber, Women Entrepreneur Council Nepal. I would like to leave the floor to Ashika.
so much, Akshruti. I am here at Tanipa Lalitpur. I'm with Basanti ma'am in her own home. Hello, ma'am. I would like to welcome you to the live show of Global Pop-Up International Newsroom.
Namaste. Good evening, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. So I would like to ask the first question to you. As a woman, what do you think is the most challenging in our society, and do you think it can be eradicated?
According to me, I think from childhood, girls and boys are trained in different ways because of socio-economic conditions, political structure, cultural norms, global media also, and then local communities and networks also. Boys are trained to be tough, and girls are trained to be soft and forgiving and beautiful. I think that is the main challenging thing because this comes when we become adolescents, then this comes into action, and gender equity is not seen. So to change that, I think there should be policies to change these. If policies come out for gender equity, addressing all these things, then we could pivot it into gender equity.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, since you have been working in entrepreneurship for a very long time, and you yourself is a very, good entrepreneur, from your perspective, do you see any problems in the industries of women entrepreneurship in Nepal? If you see those, have you done anything to reduce those?
Thank you again, Ashika. So, women, it's very difficult for women entrepreneurs to scale up their businesses. They have been in the smaller scale all the time. There's so many women businesses in Nepal, but all of them are smaller scale, and they haven't been able to lift themselves into corporate level. Women work very honestly, and but they have very little risk-taking ability. And because of that, they can't take risks to take loans, etc. But access to loans, access to finance is another difficulty, another challenge for women because they don't have their own lands to keep on collateral or any other property to keep on collateral. That's the problem. And we have, of course, Federation of Women Entrepreneurs Association Nepal has been addressing this from the beginning. We've been working on this. So we have policy dialogues with the government, and we try to bring these issues to the government. And the government has given us, of course, they've given us loans worth 10 lakhs to 15 lakhs of Nepalese rupees, but that's one thing that is not enough, and the right women are not getting those loans. And we are still lobbying it with the government so that they increase these loans to at least 50 lakhs because 10 to 15 lakhs is not enough for women to scale up their businesses to a bigger height. And if they scale up their businesses, then they could actually mentor the other businesses in the value chain and bring them up too. So the whole industry of women entrepreneurs would come up like that.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, where do you see Nepali women entrepreneurship in the next 10 years? Do you have any plans to make it possible?
I see it very, very possible because whenever I go to rural places, I see 80% of women in Nepal, and all the men, mostly all the men have migrated always on the other side to everyone. But then the grass is very green in Nepal. And if the Federation is always trying to make new entrepreneurs, giving them ideas and innovations, we are opening our business development center also. It's new in FWIN. So we are helping women entrepreneurs, potential women entrepreneurs to go into businesses. And we are also helping women entrepreneurs to go from the non-formal sector to the formal sector so that they are taxpayers in the government. And like this, if we make that 80% of women into women entrepreneurs, I think they could lure their husbands who have gone to greener pastures, come back to Nepal. They could sustain their husbands also to stay in Nepal and give work to their children also. So that way, if we could do our own industrialization in Nepal and sell our own goods in Nepal, that would help in the trade deficit also, which is happening right away in Nepal.
Okay,
So
thank you so much,
our
ma'am.
dreams are great, very big, and I hope it will come true down 10 years down the line.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. It was wonderful listening to you. You were incredible. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Akriti, I hope the audience were full of information.
Yes,
Basanti
they
ma'am
were.
has provided so many information related to the women entrepreneurship here in Nepal. So yes, thank you so much for having me and Basanti ma'am here live. Over to you, Akriti.
Thank you so much, Ashika. Well, we truly believe that a woman should be involved in entrepreneurship so that the nation will go in the development really fastly. Now, moving on to our next interviewer, we have Diksha. Diksha is a 23-year-old student of Bachelor's in Development Studies. She has been actively working in various social organizations, including being the president of Leo Club of Kathmandu, Nagarjun, and she's also a poet. Happy International Women's Day, Diksha.
Happy International Women's Day, Akriti. So today I am here with Miss Rumi Razban. Oh, sorry, you're about to introduce her.
Okay, I'll be introducing her interviewee. So she will be interviewing Miss Rumi Rajbhandari today, the founder of Astitwa Nepal, a non-profit organization established to work in the sector of acid and burn violence and support acid and burn survivors. Over to you, Diksha.
Yeah. So today I'm here with Miss Rumi Razbhandari at her place. So happy International Women's Day, ma'am.
Thank you. Happy International Women's Day, everyone.
So could you please tell us a little bit about what your organization does?
Astitwa Nepal is an organization working for acid and burns violence in Nepal since 2018, and we are running 3 different programs: education scholarship programs, medical and counseling support, awareness program, and skill-based training. In education sponsoring program, we support the children of the acid and burn survival children, and we are supporting 24 children in different parts of Nepal. Beside that, medical and counseling support. Medical support is one of the most important support to the survivor because it is one of the most critical stages of recovering and require immune support. So we support medical and nutrition support. And beside that, counseling is one of the important part that play in survivor's role because it helps to overcome their physical, mental, and emotional stress. Survivors of acid and burn survivors, it depends upon their capability, depend upon the interest. We give different kinds of training like jewelry training, macaron trainings, and so on. And awareness program is one of the important program because we want to aware people about the situation of acid and burns violence in Nepal.
So what inspired you to start it in the first place?
Because I was a social work student, I used to work in different issues. Like I used to work with HIV infected women and prisoners women, and then I started working with one of the NGO which are working for acid and burns violence. And I feel like I was so connected with them, and I thought that as a social work student, as a student, I think I need to do something in this issue. So I discussed with my friend, and I thought that we thought that we need to work in a different way. So I thought that economic empowerment is so important for the survivors. So that's why my friend established an organization called Astitwa Nepal to empower economic empowerment for the survivors.
So what were the challenges and difficulties that you faced during your journey?
I mean, I faced lots of challenges. It's very difficult to work with burn and acid survival because it's a very sensitive issue. And the first thing is that the law in Nepal, we don't have special law for acid and burns violence. We have a law, but it's not sufficient because and another part is that most of the women are so dependent with the husband or a family member, so they cannot file a case against their in-laws or perpetrator, because the perpetrators are very close family, like husband, mother-in-law, sister-in-law. So we empower them, or we motivate them to file a case. But because sometimes it's so difficult to motivate them to file a case because it's against their family and they don't get support from the family. So sometimes we get threatened from the perpetrator that you are empowering a wife or someone to file a case. So that is the one of the challenge we are getting. And another is economic empowerment, because job placement, because acid and burn survivor, they have a scarce, they are very disfigurement, so they get lots of reject in the job because they need a good looking women. So it's so difficult to motivate the survivors to go back to the job.
So, lastly, what would be the piece of advice that you would like to give to the young women who want to follow your path?
Or don't be afraid of a challenge, because it takes times of take each obstacle is an opportunity to learn and to grow a better version of yourself. And it is equally important to think about the contribution you want to give, make through your career.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
So those survivors learn to live with the physical pain, but what hurts them more is the way the society reacts and treats them. So Astitwa Nepal helped them to know helped them know that they were alive, free, thriving, and living their dreams. So over to you, Akriti.
Thank you so much, Diksha. Thank you to all of our interviewers for letting us hear the stories of 4 different, bold, and fierce women of Nepal. We all aspire to be like them. Now, I would like to pass this floor to Savindri, our friend from Sri Lanka.
Hi.
Happy International Women's Day, Savindri.
The same, Akriti. How have you been? Hope the day is good and well.
Yeah, it's all good. How was your day?
It's been a hectic day, but a fulfilling day, I would say.
Okay. So I would like to leave the floor to you, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Akriti. So, first of all, I would like to thank the Asian College of Journalism for giving this space for us to talk. So, I am Savindri Javardhana, and I'm a journalist and working at a leading media organization in Sri Lanka. So, since we are running out of time, I will now quickly run over to our speakers for the day. So, the first speaker from Sri Lanka is Shalini Kaushalya Fernando. She's an attorney at law, trainer, and consultant of right to information, gender based violence, and intimate partner violence. Hi, Shalini.
Hi, Savindri.
So just a personal question I would like to ask. So
Yes.
I would like to ask, who are you as a person? What inspired to do what you are doing right now?
Professionally, as you very correctly said, I'm a practicing attorney in the areas of gender-based violence and intimate partner violence, and also to the area of right to information. But personal level or individual level, if I take, I'm still identifying who I am. But I can say that I'm a person who's trying to do best in the things that are in front of me, and I feel like it is the best way of finding the typical question I have always, that why am I in this earth, like what's my existence. So sometimes I feel like my life is not that exciting, and because being attorney, sometimes we are so filled with so emotional stories. Sometimes you feel like, am I doing the right thing? But then at the end of the day, you're doing something passionate and you're fighting for the justice of women, including children as well. So that's something that I've learned throughout my career. And I think beautiful two women in my life.
Shalini, I think I can't connect to her. Yeah, until she comes up, we'll go to the second speaker for the day. That is Dr. Dasuni Nayanatara Jayaratnam. She is a lecturer of language and communication studies at the Eastern University of Sri Lanka. A very good evening to you, madam. From the Sri Lankan time, it's evening.
Yeah, it's very good evening to you also, Saidri.
Yes. So, first of all, happy International Women's Day.
Same to you.
I would like to ask how you have achieved what you have achieved despite the social and cultural obligations. So, we discussed in earlier sessions the problems that we as women encounter. So, how did you encounter those and achieve your aspirations?
Well, yes, I'm coming from a very middle class family in Sri Lanka where my mom and dad both are government servants. So, what I have achieved in my life is I'm just 31 years old right now, and in my entire life, I'm being educated for me for 22 years, bachelor's and master's and PhDs. And the thing is, like, I did all these things with a free education where I didn't pay single penny for my education, entire 22 years. So, how I achieved up to so far is like it's because I understood what's my confident level and how whom I am. That's what the most important thing that what I reached here today doing mass media and journalism as my first degree and teaching in the same department, the mass media as the degree that I'm teaching for the students right now. So I understood what's my passion, what's my talent, what's my skills, and whom I want to be. And as the previous speakers said, like why I am existing in the world, like what's my job role that I should do. So from my childhood, I was thinking about my aim, about my goal of life. So I was just aiming about that, and slowly, I was reaching that confidently with myself. So that's what the main reason, like I understood about myself, like whom I am. Then only I reached up to this level in the during this young age, I could say.
Thank you so much. I think that's a wonderful advice for those who are fighting with confidence issues. So, since you are an academic and your career is related to the education field, I would like to get to know more about the education of women in Sri Lanka. How's the situation?
Yeah, it's a good question actually. When we talk about education level overall, like Sri Lanka is having a good literacy rate and altogether as a country. But when it comes, like as you all know, we have four different streams like arts, commerce, maths, and science. Would like to say, like in Sri Lanka, the women has been categorized for certain subject arenas, which is like especially for arts and commerce. Would like to say like many of them are women. So like the society has been created, certain job roles are for women, and that has been absorbed by our women, and they were categorized for those subject arenas rather than they are going for maths and science. Personally myself, I'm teaching in the faculty of business and communication studies. It's full of ladies. I mean, it's sort of like many women, but when I'm taking the lectures for the faculty of applied science, it's very less amount of women, I could say, like when it comes to 200 boys and 20 women kind of. So there's such a huge gap between the subjects which the society or the culture made like this kind of job roles would better for the women. So because of that, I would say in education system they are educating, but in separate subjects they are more focusing rather like going for all kind of varieties of job roles. So I would say in future this should be changed, like the multi subjects. I mean, not only for basically like, if I give you an example, the Sri Lankan society, the society believes a girl could be a teacher. That would be a better job for the girl rather than being a civil engineer. So this the stereotype of thinking think should change in future for sure. So instead of that, the women in education, we could say they are educating without considering about the ethnicity. Everyone is engaging in education, even in the university education and all. But personally, I would say the stereotype thinking about the job roles should change in Sri Lanka.
Okay. I I think I can relate to most of the things that you said, being a Sri Lankan. And we do have a question, Dr. Dazuni, from Sam Joes. What's one of the biggest challenges a female academic could face?
Female academic could face is the biggest challenge, I could say. it's about doing research, because we all academics, right? So like academics means the best thing is doing research. So while doing research, I could say some research arenas we can't enter as females. I mean that I really wanted to do a research related to the prisoners in Sri Lanka. That was a very tough task for myself, to go to prison and do this research work. So that was one of a main thing I could say, like some particular area we have to focus as academics rather than the general things. That was the main thing. I rather than that, like hierarchical order when it comes to women, I don't see power issues or anything for female academics in Sri Lanka. And other things, rest of all is, could say it's fine, because we do have female academics in top positions as well. So only thing I could say, some research arenas as academics, it's hard for us to dig in. So that's what the only thing I could say.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dasini. Do you have like a key message for our females who are listening to us across the globe?
Yes.
Like one single message if you have?
Yeah, I would say for all female, try to understand whom you are. I mean, you are unique. You're born unique. So your uniqueness is different from one and another. So try to understand whom you are, what is inside you, and what you really want to do. And just don't die without doing anything to the world. So try your best to understand the person inside you, the unique person inside you. That would make you a better person.
Thank you so much, Professor Dasuni, for those insightful comments. And actually, I think you lifted our spirits and made us do what we really want to do. So thank you so much again, Professor Dasuni.
Thank you so much.
Have a very nice day. Now, I think we will move on to Shalini back again.
Yes. Hi, Savindri. I'm back on live. I'm so sorry about the technical glitch, though.
No worries. So we were actually asking about your career and your journey. So since you are an expert in the gender-based violence and intimate partner violence, we would like to listen more on that because it sounds like a really interesting topic.
Yes. So continuing to, I did mention that there were two beautiful women who inspired me to be where am I today. And one is, of course, my mother and my mentor, my senior supervisor, Mrs. Jerusha Crossit-Tambaya. Like to be in a profession where that we have to deal with emotions and also individual relationships, we need to handle it with grace and confidence as well. So when talking about gender-based violence, it's actually a pretty much a not visible human rights unless that particular partner speaks up and says that I was abused by their respective partner. This kind of violations do not showcase throughout the world, but it's mostly happening around the world with regardless of the race, regardless of the culture. And something mostly the gender-based violence is perpetrated by men, but I'm not going to say that men are not being subject to abuse, but mostly women are. Something that I've noticed is women with some kind of a disability or where there is no educational background, they are subjected to more violence because they are scared to speak up for themselves and stand up for. And in such situations, the typical question everyone asks is, even from a lawyer or from a general family background, why does this girl or partner stays in such an abusive relationship? I think it's a psychological tract we call it as love. But the point that I want to raise here to give the awareness is that we need to showcase a society where there is a cultural change that it is not right to have abuse. And nowadays, with the pandemic and also the economic crisis, people are more tend to more than physical violence. It's emotional violence. And that's something that has been there always. So that's something I need to highlight on. And when we talk about gender-based violence and the families, they think that the only aid is the law. But I feel like being a lawyer, you can do far more better than first choosing the law, but then first reaching out to a friend and say that I'm going through this, what can I do? Because law is not the only option to have a solution for such a
violence, and that's something I really want to highlight as well. And talking about gender-based violence or intimate partner violence, I think throughout my career handling these cases, everyone needs to understand that we need to speak for ourselves. Then only someone else would stand up for you and say that I will help you, I will bring you justice. That's something I want to highlight, Savindri.
Thank you so much, Shalini. So I think that pretty much covered the insights that you want to give, but also do you have like a special message for our women to give? Any more else?
Of course, I think regardless, I think something that I recently started believing, regardless of your skin color, your gender identity, which, a massive topic around the world, regardless of your race, your financial background, you need to speak up for yourself first. Because if we are going to wait until someone is coming to save us, there are no saviors. You need to save yourself first. And that's something I really want to give on our day, on Women's Day, to all the beautiful ladies around the world, because that's something that we need to believe that we can survive and we are strong to do that. And that's something I really want to, and be passionate enough to go for your dreams. And it's never too late to start again. And that's something I really want to give out the message to.
Thank you so much, Shalini. You said it's never too late to pursue our passions. So with that, I think that's a very, we're ending it on a positive note. Thank you so much again joining this program amidst all busy schedule. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Now let's move on to the next speaker. She is Chamatka Ratnaika, attorney at law, young social and political activist.
Political activist. So before further ado, I would now invite Chamatka to begin the session. I would like to know about how you have, we see so many things on your plate and how you have achieved your dreams as a girl. Any inspiring thought on that?
First of all, good evening, Savindri. Thank you for having me on this program on Women's Day. Which I don't think should be celebrated just on one day of the year. And yes, I do wear many hats at this point in life. And I think it's important that we as women set examples of successfully not only wearing many hats, but also talk about the challenges of doing so very openly and how it affects maybe other aspects of our lives. So I am a political activist. I also work in the civil society spaces. I'm an attorney at law, and I also do like to spend time with my family and my loved ones. So balancing all that has been challenging, especially with both formal work, informal work, voluntary work, political work, especially being a public servant is something that takes up a lot of your time, your care, your energy, because it's something to do with dealing with people. And it's something you have to spend a lot of your time on, in addition to actually doing your profession. So it has been challenging, but it's awarded me so many opportunities to meet other inspiring women, other inspiring people. I work in the grassroots in the Monragala district. I've met a lot of inspiring young people doing so much amidst a lot of adversity as well. So I've tried to help them out in my journey as well, as much as I can. But because I think achieving your dream is not only about, a tick box exercise for yourself, but also taking others along in your journey and how you can further their dreams as well.
Right. Thank you so much, Chamatka. Since you're engaged in the politics field and you're a political activist, I would like to know why we have a lack of female representation in terms of the governing structures, and in terms of the parliament. We see a very few number of females in these governing structures. We would like to know the reasons and your input on that.
Thank you, Savindri, for that question. This is something I've spoken about and have been advocating for a very long time in my very short-lived career, short-lived journey. I actually had the chance to visit an ASEAN island on a leadership conference, and what I realized that then was that this lack of female representation is not only a Sri Lanka-centric problem, but a very Asia-centric problem, in that, there's a patriarchal culture that prevails, that sort of seeps into Sri Lanka's and Asia's political culture as well. That in turn, turns into the underrepresentation of women, not only in bodies of governance, but in other areas as well. And if we take Sri Lanka is the world's oldest democracy. Women got the right to vote in 1931. Women were running for office by 1933. We had the first female prime minister. But having all of that, we still only have 12 out of 225 members in parliament. We have very little legislation barring the 25% female quota at local government level to incentivize women to get into politics, to incentivize political parties to give nominations to women, to appoint women in administrative positions. So I think change is incremental. And I think after a long fought battle, the 25% quota was won back in 2017-18. And then we're now running a second term, a second local body government term with the female representation quota. And I think I visibly see, especially on the ground, that things are changing, that people are understanding that the female quota and the women are here to stay, and political parties are more willing and able to nominate women. So I think that's how change happens. It's incremental, and we have to keep fighting. And this is one of the reasons why I got into politics as well. I was initially a researcher researching electoral laws, women in governance, etc. And then I found out that I had already done a lot of work with people in Monragala, and I had this platform which I can use to influence other people, but also advocate for this issue on a much larger, bigger platform. So that is part of the reason why I got into politics as well. And it's people like you, your organization, and all of us who have to collectively keep fighting this battle.
Okay, Chamaka. That's nice to hear that some sort of change is happening at different levels of the society. Thank you so much for joining today amidst your busy schedules. And I hope these type of conversations help to make the world we live in a better place. Again, thank you so much, Chamaka, for your inputs and for your time.
Thank you, Savindri. Thank you for your time. I hope your event is a thorough success.
Thank you so much.
A thorough success.
Thank you so much. Yes, so with that, we have come to the end of the session of Sri Lanka. I think our speakers have shared very inspiring insights from their experiences and career experiences. For example, Professor Dastini shared that it's very important to believe in ourselves and battle the confident issues. Also, Shalini said that we need to be our own survivors without waiting for someone else. And at the same time, Chamaka also mentioned on a positive note that gradual change is becoming in Sri Lanka. So with that, I will end the Sri Lankan session, and I would like to wish everyone a happy International Women's Day. I hope every day becomes as good as today for all of us. So I will now give the floor to Varsha and Grace from Newcastle. Over to you, Varsha and Grace.
Thank you, Sri Lanka, for that very insightful report. And hello, everyone. We're Newcastle University. My name is Varsha Jayaprasad.
And I'm Grace Boyle. Hello.
Hiya.
We have some great stories lined up for you today from our journalists and reporters here in Newcastle. And be sure to stick around at the very end, because we are interviewing Alexa Mills, senior editor of the New York Times. She is with us today.
Yeah. And our first live reporter is Rosie, and Rosie will be reporting from the Newcastle University campus. I think we know.
Rosie and her group. Oh, there we go. Hello, Rosie.
Hello, Rosie. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
We're doing good. How are you, Rosie?
Good. Happy International Women's Day.
Happy International Women's Day. Yeah, yeah.
So would you like to tell us a bit about your report? And what
So me and my group mate, Darcy Nathan, we interviewed Alison Dunn, the Citizens Advice Gateshead, and we interviewed her about the 4-day working week pilot scheme that she ran for 6 months.
Okay, and how does that do well for women in the workspace?
So it really helps in the sense of, instead of a 5-day, 8-hour working week, it's a 4-day, and it just means that there's better health and social care and better information for customers as well.
All right.
So
I guess
I'll let you see in the video more.
Thank you, Rosie.
Development. We've been involved in a pilot of the 4-day working week over the last 6 months, which has been really exciting.
We asked, how does a 4-day working week contribute to her vision for a fair society for all?
I think the important thing to realise is that when we talk about a fair society for all with lives well lived, we're not just talking about our clients, we're also talking about our staff. Actually, we want them to have a great life in the same way that we want our clients to have a great life. So our staff are dealing with a lot of pressure in their day-to-day work. So we recognised that burnout was a real risk for our staff if we didn't do something different. And that was really the primary driver for the 4-day working week.
Following on from this, we asked what were the benefits of a 4-day working week for staff and for managers.
Staff have obviously enjoyed having a day off. So, in the pilot, 6-month pilot, they're getting a day off once a week. That's a great benefit to be able to have, and they've been doing all sorts of things on their time off. And they've reported statistically significant improvements in well-being, both physical because they have more time to exercise, but also their mental well-being and in the quality of the relationships that they're having with their friends and family and with their colleagues, but also with the clients, because they've got more energy to be able to put into doing a good job for their clients. Quality of advice is better, customer service is better. So all round in terms of well-being, it's been a really, really positive experience. So the managers have had to think about resourcing, they've had to think about contingencies and how they plan for unplanned absences because people still get sick. We've had to think about our policies and processes. So how do we deal with bank holidays? How do we deal with holidays? How do we deal with occasional absences that people still have to take that aren't necessarily planned? So it's been a huge amount of work in terms of reimagining the way that we do things and absences because people still get sick. We've had to think about our policies and processes. So how do we deal with bank holidays? How do we deal with holidays? How do we deal with occasional absences that people still have to take that aren't necessarily planned? So it's been a huge amount of work in terms of reimagining the way that we do things.
Thank you, Rosie and Darcy, for that wonderful report.
That was really interesting and insightful as well.
Yeah, really.
So our next reporters are Ifan Yang and Darcy Rollings.
They have a little report on vegan food endeavours, and we'll hear more from them.
And Zoe Newman, I believe, who was your interviewee. Hi guys, how you doing?
Hi, this is Zoe.
So can you tell us
Hi,
a bit
I'm
about
Darcy.
your...
To begin, Darcy, can you tell us why we focus on Zoe Newman and her culinary arts?
Yeah, so essentially I've eaten at Zoe's restaurant before, and it was what prompted me to go vegan because she runs a vegan restaurant in Newcastle, and I thought she'd be a really great person to talk to. And I thought she was really inspiring, especially with regards to women in the culinary arts.
Can you tell me why is this important on International Women's Day?
So I think it's particularly important for International Women's Day because it's such a male-dominated field, and I think it's great to hear women's voices and to kind of acknowledge that, especially today.
It's brilliant. We shall pull up your report now. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Business.
There's two things that I'm really passionate about in life, and one is cookery and vegan food, and the other is art, because I'm an anatomy illustrator. So, and I've always been fascinated with how things work and the body works, and obviously nutrition is one of those things. So I combined my anatomy skills of illustration with my love of vegan food, and Veganatomy was born. So that's why, if you look at my logo, it's like a heart, because it's like all about food that's good for your body, good for your heart, you know, healthy. So that's where that came from. I think for me, from what I gather from being younger, learning about things, it's like there's more male chefs went into kitchens after the war, and female, like the women would be home cooking, and it became, the roles were reversed. It's like women should be in the kitchen cooking, but hang on a minute, women are actually like, why aren't we in a professional kitchen cooking? It seemed that like after the war, men, when they were looking for new job roles to go into, a lot of them turned into the different, what you wouldn't normally expect. But having said that, now I think it is a male-dominated industry. Every kitchen I've ever worked in, it's been mainly men, and you have to fight for your, like, to be heard, to be seen. People want to try and make you feel like you're held back, but I've never let myself feel that at all, because I think my personality as well, I'm quite a dominant person, and I'm quite confident in what I do, and I think it's something that I try not let anything hold us back, and I think I'd say that to anyone in the kitchen as well. Don't let anyone hold you back, because you're just as good as anyone around you, if not better.
Zoe's such an inspiration, not only to women in the culinary arts, but to women in business too. There's no better way to celebrate International Women's Day than in highlighting the women paving the way for this and the next generation. National Women's Day than in highlighting the women paving the way for this and the next generation.
Veganism and vegetarianism is a growing trend and popular aspect of our culture. So that was really interesting and it was really fascinating. So thank you guys.
I think we have a question from the audience about how are gender stereotypes being reversed in the field of culinary arts. So I believe how Darcy had mentioned during the report, and how Zoe Newman did mention that during the World War, after the World War, a lot of men had been entering the kitchens, and it was changing from a space where cooking and culinary spaces were seen purely only as a duty-based or a necessity-based space, and then it was more seen as an art. And unfortunately, women were sidelined towards it, and Zoe herself has seen more male chefs and male cooks in most of the kitchens she's worked in, even though a lot of women do have significant amount of experience. So that is the sort of change that we're trying to tackle.
Brilliant. Would you like to introduce the next reporter?
Yes. So the next reporters are Marina Snyder and Anna Nix. They've got a vox pop out here in Northumberland Street, and we'll see what they have to say for International Women's Day.
Over to you guys.
Hi. Hi, so I'm Anna, and I'm here with Anna Nix. And the other day we went around Newcastle, and we asked a few people about who their female inspirations are. So if you could tell us a bit about what we found.
Yeah, so a lot of people actually said that their mom or their wife inspire them, and some people mentioned that public figures like Miley Cyrus or Michelle Obama are their inspirations.
What I really like is how a lot of people seem to think one of their main female inspirations are the women closest to them, so people like mothers and wives.
Yeah, definitely. Even empowering women themselves, like Kim McGuinness, who is a police and crime commissioner for Northumbria, who we interviewed the other day. She also said that her inspirations are her mom and her grandma.
Yeah, we spoke to Kim McGuinness about a lot of different issues, such as female safety, and she was really empowering. So if you want to find out more about that, I think you can find it on the website. But for now, let's hear what the public had to say.
It has to be my mum. She's always brought me up to hopefully know right from wrong and how to treat people with respect.
Miley Cyrus. Love Miley Cyrus because she just does what she does. She's not afraid to sort of project her opinions and stuff.
My female inspiration is my wife. She's absolutely brilliant. She's a brilliant mum. She's a brilliant educator. She's a brilliant friend. And also she's she's a woman. She knows who she is and she loves who she is, and I love her because of that.
Probably my mum, because she's a single woman. She's always like worked hard for like me and my brother, and she just is the best. Like I'm going through a hard time at the moment, and she's just always there, like making me a cup of tea or just being there and like being supportive.
My female inspiration is my mom. Come on over. It's my mom. Over for she's visiting at uni.
Make me cry. We're going to say Emma Watson. Why? Because she's an inspiring actress and she always picks really strong female roles that are really different, and I think she's a good role model for younger girls like this one.
Definitely Michelle Obama. I just think she's like a kick-ass woman. I read her book, and like the amount that she did before she even became First Lady was incredible.
I'd say my mum, because she's been so kind to me always for my whole life. She's been really supportive for everything I've been doing. I wouldn't be the person who I am today without her, and I look up to her a lot because she's really nice and kind and very supportive of all the stuff I do.
Marie Curie or Maria Skłodowska-Curie, that is actually Polish, and she moved to France, and yeah, she was like astonishing scientist and changed a lot.
My mum, my sisters, and my wife as well. My wife is one of the biggest ones. She's so strong. She's an incredible human being. And yeah, I take inspiration from her every day.
That would be my friends. I've got a few friends, about 3 of them, that are they're just great. They do everything so independently, and they've just got a lot of determination. I think that's something that people should look up to. They've just got a lot of determination. I think that's something that people should look up to.
Well, thank you guys. That was really, really good. I thoroughly enjoyed watching that. I think you got to see the great scenes in Newcastle around there, and we're very appreciative of women.
Yeah.
Very appreciative of women, and
We've
how
got a
amazing they are.
question asking who our inspirations are.
Who are your inspirations?
So essentially, there are a lot of women that inspire me daily. I can say my mum, one of my close friends, and definitely many other people. What about you?
I would say my best friend. We grew up together and we've been inseparable since we were 3 years old. And I think I admire her the most. And it's great to share loads of experiences with her as well. So
yeah,
it's brilliant.
Yeah, that was brilliant. And now we have our next reporters. They're Jingjie Gu and Ziyu Huang, and they have a report to do with animal cruelty. Let's see what they have to say.
Hi, Hi. We are now in the King Edward VII building, and we are celebrating the International Women's Day. So how would you celebrate this festival?
We spoke to a 58-year-old volunteer hunt saboteurs who risked her life to stop illegal hunters from hunting wildlife. Despite being confronted with angry hunters armed with weapons in the process, she was never afraid and always believed that she and her friend were strong enough to do whatever they could to protect the wildlife.
Yeah, yes. So it's great. Yeah, so let's watch the video. Yeah.
No one who is a hunt saboteur gets paid because I hate injustice, unfairness. We know that trail hunting is a lie. Whenever we see anybody out fox hunting, it's illegal. They're using the smokescreen of trail hunting. So if we see anyone, any hunt fox hunting, it's illegal. It burns me inside. I can't stand and do nothing. I can't look away. That's why I do what I do. From the hunters, all the time, they love to shout sexist, nasty things to the women. I just shout nasty things back. It doesn't bother me. They're trying to upset me. They're trying to intimidate me. It doesn't work. A lot of hunt groups find out where saboteurs live, target their homes, slash their tyres, leave dead foxes on their doorstep. That's why a lot of hunt saboteurs wear masks to cover their faces. The hunt will target female sabs. Very definitely, for violence. I've been punched in the face a lot. But I will put myself in positions where I'm blocking. Sometimes a fox will run down a hole to escape the hounds, the dogs, and they bring in men to try and dig them out. I will physically stand and stop them. So they'll hit me, they'll do anything they can to get me out of the way. And in my group, Northeast Hunt Saboteurs, never leave anyone alone. And the big ones, look out for the smaller ones. And if you don't want trouble, you stand back. If you see trouble happening and you want to get involved, you go in, but you know there's somebody going to be behind you always. Nothing. I've been arrested, put in cells for 6 hours, and then let go with no charge. Over 84% of the public nationally are against hunting with dogs. It's hard to fight, but I think the tide is turning. The public are now starting to understand the saboteurs are not the bad people. The public are now starting to understand the saboteurs are not the bad people.
Well, that was a really beautiful report and really insightful. Activism is a big part of our community, and we as women want to fight for our rights and for other people who don't have a voice.
Yeah, thank you to Jinyeku and to Ji Huang and Ziyu that was part of the group that did the presentation. Next, we have Lulu Chen and we have Xin Yang to talk about their report, and they're doing something about animals too. Interesting.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. We are on the Armstrong building. Yeah, it's amazing. And this is Yuxin. This is Lulu. Hi, Lulu.
Hi.
So we are introducing our project. Hi, Lulu. Can you introduce our interviewee?
Yeah, and we introduced a woman named Cassie Scully and her family.
Yeah, and can you introduce about this woman?
Yes, and Cassie Scully rescued 27 animals over the 30 years. And she's caring, kind, and loving women through her action. She's making the more harmony for humans and animals in the world.
Okay, let's see our videos.
Yeah.
Lady Sybil Ramkin and Susan Mort from the books by Terry Pratchett. So all the hens are named after some character from a film, a television series, or a book that
I think I was born into a family and we did have dogs already, but I was quite young so I don't remember them that much, just from photos. We had a stray cat that just moved in. Mum just adopted the cat. Yeah, to me, I was just brought up with animals. They're part of my life.
In my family, my mum always had a dog, sometimes more than one, and a cat. So, and we've taken other animals. We've taken in hens, guinea pigs, and rabbits. And sometimes we've bought them as pets. Sometimes it's literally been an accident because they've been a rescue. So when we had Jinx and Charlie, we got them because someone literally rang up my mum and said, there's 4 kittens in Hexham, and there's no, their mothers died on the road, and there's no one to take care of them. We don't know what to do with them. So my mum just said, yeah, sure. She jumped in the car, she went to pick them up, and took them back to ours.
8 years ago, I found a charity that rescued hens from battery farms. I think the hens are only in the battery farm for about 12 to 18 months and then they're culled. And I've always wanted to keep hens. So we got in contact with the charity, and every so often they rehome hens. They take them from the battery farm. A vet makes sure that they're okay, they're dewormed, deloused.
Like you use one word to describe the animals bring into your life, what word you will use to describe?
I'd say he was almost like a brother.
Home.
Yeah.
Very cringy, I know.
Yeah.
But home.
Cute.
That was our group.
And your group interviewed Desiree, who is a single mother, and you discussed the cost of living crisis we currently have in the UK.
Yeah, we did. So Indira, Amina, myself, and Samantha had interviewed her, and we will see what the interview is. But now we will hear from Indira and Amina. Hi, guys.
Hey guys, thank you so much. Yeah. Now we're standing outside. You can see the Civic Center.
Hey.
We had information from. So hi, my name is Indira. Hi, my name is Amina. Today we're going to do a report on single parents' household income during the cost of living crisis across the UK. We did our research by contacting the Department of Work and Pension and an exclusive interview with Desiree. So Amina, could you please tell us what approach has the government provided for single parents?
Yes, so the Work and Pension Department have provided us with information, and some of the information they provided us with are that the government is committed to boost their long-term employment by paying 85% of childcare through universal credit. Also, there's an information that the government is paying additional £1 billion to help with the household essential for this year and next. Also, there's a report that from September, the government is ramped up the progression work of providing dedicated work coach support for 100,000 climate to support them through universal credit to help them with their earn more and help them with their careers. Also, can you tell us a bit more how the government is helping with these households? Obviously, the children are going to be affected with this.
Yeah, so the government has invested over 20 billion when it comes to childcare, and the number of hours of childcare has been doubled to 3 to 4 years old. In fact, people on credit, universal credit, can claim up to 85% on their childcare costs, and encourage working parents and government to allow by 30 hours free childcare per week. The terms and conditions might apply different of children of different age group. And that's an interview with Desiree. She shared her personal experience as a single mother as well. So yeah, thank you. That's from us.
Thank you.
Patients I have as a single parent, I wasn't employable. My employers were just not prepared to make allowances for me. And I became just disheartened by the 9 to 5 sort of rat race. You know, I just couldn't keep up.
Yeah.
So I set up my own business. I really should be 3 times what I am or what my business is at the moment. Everything is slower because I'm a single parent. You know, every task just takes that little bit longer.
The cost of living, obviously that's been like an issue for the last year now. Like obviously it's taken its toll on everyone. But I can imagine in a single income household, it's particularly hit you hard as well. So I wanted to know, how has it affected you and your family?
The utilities has been the biggest thing.
Yeah.
So, you know, gas, electricity prices and things like that, because my business is fundamentally, this is the essential, this is what makes my business work. It is a situation of You know, do you have a meal or do you have heating?
Yeah.
You know, and each time it seems, you know, the heating situation is you know, it has to win, but then you need to feed your children.
Yeah.
In my business, I need the heating.
What would you say the government should do or should be doing to help support, you know, people in households with only one stream of income?
I think this conversation needs to be had. I should receive a phone call. My information is all there, that this is how I make my living. So I don't know why I've not been able to have a conversation. How am I going to tell anybody how this is affecting me twice over?
Yeah.
You know, the fact that I've not paid myself a wage, it's a huge thing for months and months and months. It's a huge thing for months and months and months.
Wow, that was Samantha, myself, Indira and Amina. And it was really heart-wrenching to understand the situations and plights of women that have single-income households within the UK now during the cost of living crisis.
Yeah, it's affecting everyone, especially students as well. So
yeah,
it's a big issue we are facing as a country at the moment.
Unfortunately. Next up, we have Libby Gratz, Kat Hatton, and Grace's group.
My group. So we interviewed Harriet Lane, who was a finalist for Miss Universe Great Britain. She has also done loads and loads of charity work and has raised over £100,000 for charities in the UK. And she is from Newcastle. And here is a sneak peek of our interview and podcast we did with her.
Crown Coach. This is a female empowerment coaching business within the pageant industry. I started this business at just 18 years old. I've been in the pageant industry coming up 10 years this year. I'm also a keen fundraiser, raising over £100,000 for various different charities, and I have plenty more planned for this year.
My first question for you is, what is a common misconception about your career?
Now, with my career, I'm actually the first person to be full-time within the industry that I'm in, which for a lot of people couldn't even believe for starters that I could actually make a full-time living from this. Now actually starting to look at employing my first people. Now, some of the misconceptions of pageantry in general is we walk on stage in pretty heels, pretty outfits, and that is simply it. However, that is just simply the surface. That is the reward at the end of a very long journey, and a lot to do with pageantry. It's not just that little bit of surface. It's about creating an exceptional interview, social media, knowing how to use your voice. So throughout my job, I will work on these different areas, these different parts to ensure that a woman can use her voice completely and also empower the other women around her. So those misconceptions are often about the surface. And I always say to anyone that the surface is just the beginning. So make sure to dig a little bit deeper, ask questions.
My second question for you, what does empowerment mean to you?
I think empowerment needs to start within yourself, finding the things that make you happy. And I truly believe that empowered women empower women. So when you find that little bit of power that you have, now I'm in a position that I feel blessed to have a voice in society, freedom of speech. Now, I know not every single woman is blessed with the opportunities that I'm given. So I believe there's a responsibility to use our voice, because I know through empowering other people around me that they'll get a voice too. So empowerment to me, use your voice, make sure you can do the most with it, take and grasp every opportunity and do things for yourself that make you feel good, and then others around you will start to feel good too.
Speaking about messages, my last question for you is, if you could give one message to young female activists, what would you tell them?
Using your voice that you have. Start with baby steps. That I know it's a little bit scary, having an opinion, actually having a difference sometimes in society, but know if it's what you truly believe in, to use your voice, stand up, no matter how big your platform is, to go for it, and also listen to other people's opinions as well. Be ready to ask questions and know the other side, but also speak up when you need to. And know the other side, but also speak up when you need to.
Faith, Grace, and Kat. My guest today is Harriet Lane.
Hey everyone, thank you for.
Yeah, well, that was really interesting, guys.
Beauty pageantry, yeah. It was really interesting.
It is. And well, the next group we have Jia Hao Du, Qinzi Wang, and Fan Feng.
Yeah, and they discussed and interviewed females and women in STEM.
Next, we will see their report.
Stereotypes that women do not belong in the scientific community. In fact, women are no longer real animals in the field of research. On the occasion of International Women's Day, we interviewed an outstanding female researcher, Dr. Amy, and asked her to tell her story, hoping to bring encouragement and inspiration to a new generation of female.
Hi, I'm Marius. I know you are a great microbiologist, biologist, and I would like to interview you for some questions. And could you briefly introduce yourself to us?
Yes, so I'm Amy Vinson. I'm a Henry Wellcome Fellow here at Newcastle University, and I work at the Wellcome Centre for Mitochondrial Research. And my work focuses on trying to understand what happens when the parts of our cells that make energy stop working, and how that impacts people's skeletal muscles.
Okay. As a researcher, what do you think you are most proud of in terms of academics?
I think my proudest moments in terms of academics have probably been the two research papers that I published towards the end of my PhD, just because they were quite interesting findings for the field, and to me it was just a very proud moment to have published those.
Okay. What do you think are the difficulties or problems that women face in the research process? Have you ever encountered any challenges?
I think things have definitely improved, and I myself have been quite lucky never to encounter challenges. I think some of the problems that women still face are around if you want to have a family and the impact of taking parental leave on your career. There's definitely a difference in terms of age of how men and women sort of progress in terms of an academic career, and then there are also things like sort of just caring responsibilities and the impact of things like the menopause, I guess, on career as well.
What unique perspectives or advantages do you see yourself having as a female scientist compared to men?
Quite a lot of the pastoral support of students often comes to, I think, to female supervisors more than males. I guess perhaps we're potentially a little bit more caring sometimes towards the students, but
what advice do you like to give young researchers nowadays?
I think the biggest piece of advice I would give a young researcher is to find something that you're really interested in and makes you want to get up in the morning. Because particularly if you stay in an academic career, it is a challenging career to be in, but the thing that gets you up in the morning is that excitement for the research you're doing, and particularly if there is some way that you're helping people with the work you're doing, that's a real driver and a motivator. So that would be my advice.
And next question, how you face the rise of female power in science, especially in medical and technology in recent years?
Yeah, I definitely think it is rising in recent years. I'm quite lucky in the fact that I work in the field that I work in. There are lots of quite senior and very strong females in mitochondrial research, and that it makes it a fantastic field to work in as a woman in science, because there are so many people there to support you.
That's all. Thank
Well, it's amazing to see so many change makers, and it just blows my mind how well our journalists and reporters have done. So the next reporters is Charlotte Jiang and Xiang Chen.
The group interviewed Carol Rennie and Yisan Lin, and they discussed the Chinese Film Festival that was held in London.
Independent film curator who based in London and Beijing, and I'm also the co-founder and lead curator of Ming Chinese Film Festival.
I'd say a change maker is somebody who effects change, and they may do that consciously or unconsciously through their actions and through the impact that they have on other people around them.
So what's the characteristics, or how do you find it's a keyword for change makers?
I'd say the key thing probably is that they just do what they're passionate about, what they're interested in, and they may or may not be deliberately doing it in order to effect change.
And what are the reasons and the motivations for starting this festival?
Well, I have a background in Chinese studies, so I did a PhD at Edinburgh in Chinese literature, and most of my career for 10 to 15 years, I was working for different agencies who were promoting UK-China relations. And that was something I was really passionate about and really enjoyed doing it. And I had always dreamt of having a Chinese film festival. So as soon as I met Shirley, just sort of by coincidence at an ICO screening day in Kendal, and she said she was a film curator and that she knew that of an audience for a film festival, I said, I've got a venue, I'm up for it. So I was just open to doing something which would fulfill a dream of mine.
And we noticed that you have choose many types of movies like Before Busy and Double Life to show in this festival. So what's the reason?
The reason is really simple. So in our film programs, you can find out 3 UK premieres of women-made films. So that is my ambition, to promote emerging Chinese films made by women, especially young women. Double Life is a debut feature of a young Chinese female filmmaker who living in Japan to produce a story about the intimate relationships that happens in Japan. And she trying to use the perspective of an outsider to, to convey and discuss about the common human relationships, the issues in Japanese society. And I think it is a very typical thing, trying to challenge the concept of the old Chinese cinemas, like the kung fu films, like the genre cinemas, also the kind of typical film that use Chinese women as a spectators. However, in Double Life, we actually perceive the stories about Japanese people through the eye of a Chinese female filmmaker. And I think that films really, discuss about the humankind issues instead of small issues within one cultures or one countries. Yeah, small issues within one cultures or one countries. Yeah.
Well, that was a very inspiring report, and it was very cool to see all the live action clips there. I don't know about you, but this feels like a very good International Women's Day. Very successful.
It does, and it's just getting better.
Yeah.
And we have a final live report, and we have it from a group that's interviewed a doctor down in Africa called Dr. Margaret, and we have Hao Huang, Yining Lin, and Xinlu and Yongjin Cho.
In Edinburgh University. So let's talk about her.
Hi Margaret, so the main reason for volunteering, what's the main reason for you for volunteering in Africa?
Reasons. I do love Africa. When I was a medical student, I volunteered there in what's called an elective, and then I went back as a junior doctor, and I always intended to go back, but it wasn't until 2002 when I took a sabbatical from general practice as a GP, and I worked in the Gambia in an HIV project for 3 months. And then when I came towards retirement, I wanted to decide what to do with my retirement. And I've had lots of Africans living in my house through church, and some are refugees. And I prayed, I'm a Christian, and I prayed about what to do. And I really felt that God wanted me to go to Africa and to the Gambia again. And so I retired in June of 2014. I went to Africa teaching with an organisation called Prime. We teach whole person medicine, teaching people how to look after patients and the whole patient. So that's the mind, the body, the spirit and everything, not just giving them tablets. And I went to Ghana with that, and I came back, and then I went to Liverpool to the tropical medicine course to do the 3-month diploma there. There were only 3 people my age on the course, but everyone else was under 30. So having passed that, I then did an emergency obstetric course that was quite short, and then went home for Christmas. And then in January 2015, I went out to the Gambia. And I worked there for the first year, just coming back from my godson's wedding. Then and they asked me to stay on. I went for 6 months originally. They said, please stay on, and then they got asked to stay on again, and I'm still there. The mission started the hospital when there was just nothing there about 55 years ago. And the reason it's where it is in the village is because that's where the road stopped then, the dirt road. It is in the village is because that's where the road stopped then, the dirt road.
Is a volunteer in Africa, Savannah House.
Well, we are now back at Newcastle University. That was all of our pre-recorded content. So thank you everyone for participating with us today.
And now we have Alexa Mills here, senior editor at the New York Times. Hello, good afternoon, Alexa. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and we will start off a little interview, and basically we wanted to talk to Alexa on how it's like being a journalist in such big publications. And so in your job, would you say that journalism as a media work, as a sphere, is rather male dominated?
Yes, so I've worked at the New York Times, and I've freelanced at other newspapers like the Boston Globe and the Washington Post. And I even ran, as the editor-in-chief, a small local newspaper in Washington, D.C. called Washington City Paper, which is about the city as opposed to our federal government there. And I would say in all 4 spaces, I did feel that it was male-dominated. I think that that's changing. And I don't think all news spaces are male-dominated, but from my experience, that has been the case.
That's really interesting. What was it like for you becoming a journalist in America, and what made you decide to be a journalist?
I became a journalist. I decided to become a journalist. I was about 31 or 32 years old. So I had already had 10 years working and earning a salary. And not 10 years totally were earning a salary because I did go to graduate school in urban planning. But I was running a publication at a university about city planning. And it was a science-oriented university. So I was really sort of alone in this idea of producing content and worrying about sentence structure and worrying about the paragraphs. And when I had grown, I felt that I had done the most I could in that job. I wanted to move to the next thing. And to me, the next thing was journalism, or having an editor who would help me improve, being with other peers who are writers and media producers. So I decided to make a switch.
And what were the first steps you took in order to become a journalist?
Let's see. First, I tried to write for the Boston Globe. I was in Boston, that's my hometown, and it didn't go very well. I didn't get a yes. So I applied to a graduate program in the city at Northeastern University and started as a part-time student, and right away was able to figure out, okay, this is what an article is, this is the process. And then when I started pitching, I got yes. I got the answer of yes. And I freelanced ultimately for about two and a half years before I could actually get a job.
It's really interesting. And as a female worker, as a woman working in some of the world's most famous newspapers, what's been like a significant highlight you can share with us today?
Of my career? Well, I mean, now I'm at the New York Times. It's a famous newspaper. It's a comparatively wealthy newspaper. I'm not going to say it has all the resources it needs, but compared to other places I've been, the resources are incredible. I would say I have two highlights. I've been at the Times for about 3 years, I think. Gosh, I can't even recall. My main job at the Times is to run a program called the Editing Residency. It's a program for early career journalists who have decided that they want to be editors as opposed to reporters. They can apply to this program, and if they get in, we provide 2 years of training and mentoring on becoming an editor. And at the end of 2 years, they get support to find a placement at another newspaper or another outlet. So one main highlight of my career has been working with early career journalists who want to be editors, who are trying to make the best decisions they can to find their footing as editors in the field. Watching them, have major accomplishments, going from finding, finding grammar errors, which is a huge deal, to assigning a major story, and in some cases the reverse. I have others who they can assign a major story, but the path to catching every grammar error is actually the harder road. So every person's individual victories. And then as a journalist, one of my main research areas is murders, racial homicides in the US in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s. There are well over 1,000 such murders that are either unsolved or justice wasn't served. And I have done research on these cases, mostly for the Washington Post, but working at the Times, it's really amazing to work with some just incredible investigative editors and attorneys.
That's amazing. We just have one question from the public. So essentially, what is the minority representation in the New York Times newsroom?
What is minority representation? Well, I think it's a complicated question. There's two ways to look at it. What is the representation, and also what is the experience that those journalists are having? I think in representation, there's for example, if we're on Women's Day, there's a good representation of women in the newsroom. I think that the experience of women in the newsroom probably still has some progress. And then when you look into other groups that you want to, multiple different races, the LGBTQ community, the trans community, journalists with disabilities. These are all areas that I would say across the industry, including the Times, that there's a lot of work to be done, both for representation and also in terms of how that environment welcomes and supports people with all kinds of difference. Age is another I forgot to say, and there's so many different ways to be a minority, and I think there's a lot of work to be done. I think the Times is big and they do a really great job, and in fact, in my job as the manager of this editing residency, I mean, it's a huge, a goal of bringing in underrepresented groups. So it's a stated goal that we work hard on in our public materials, in our recruitment. But all that work is being done for a reason, because it's not done. It's not done.
Thank you very much for your question. So is there, what else do you think needs to change in order to create a more inclusive space for journalists?
An inclusive space for journalists in the world? Oh gosh, I mean, journalists in the world have I mean, especially in the United States, have taken a hit, I think, with the idea of facts and truth have come under fire. I don't know. I think it's above my pay grade. I don't know. It's there's a lot to be done. I mean, there's a lot to be done. I think there's also been a melding of fact and opinion on the journalist side. I think a lot of readers maybe don't know if they're reading a fact or an opinion at times. So I think there's work journalists can do to focus on facts and objectivity. But the environment is challenging, no doubt. But to create an inclusive space for all journalists within the newsroom, I think it's just a lot of understanding that needs to be built about where any individual is coming from based on any aspect of their identity, and creating more space for discussion and needs. And, you know, I mean, one thing that's changed at the Times is they have an excellent parental leave policy now for anyone who has a child or adopts a child or welcomes a child in their life. Those changes were a long time coming. You know, there's a lot of people who have suffered without having that advantage before having it. So you can just imagine the huge array of cultural shifts that would be necessary to truly make an inclusive workspace.
So today during the broadcast, we saw live reports of women in the culinary field and various corporates. And so how do you feel about women taking control of these working spaces? And what do you see within the field of journalism as a woman yourself?
I feel great about it. I think women should take control when they want to and when they're have the opportunity. But I'd also say that that every woman's choice. I mean, if you are a woman who feels you feel the misogyny around you, or you feel your womanhood and you don't like to be in a leadership role, then you shouldn't have to. I think we have to let people manage these environments the way that works the best for them. And you have to really honor what any individual person decides to do. And it may be different. Maybe for someone it's taking the leadership role, and maybe for someone it looks different. I think, you know, I was the editor-in-chief of the newspaper. I had a staff of 10. And so publicly it looked like the newspaper was woman-led, but my publisher was a man and our owner was a man. So there was, you know, I was female to the world, but anything in that role, I felt a heightened sense of the misogyny around me compared to where at the Times, I mean, you know, I'm low on the totem pole in a newsroom of thousands. I don't feel it as intensely. I felt it more as a leader. You know, so I think when we really talk about who's in charge, I mean, you have to talk about where's the capital, where's the money coming from, whose money is that, and how does that affect the space?
Wow, that was really interesting. What is one piece of advice you would give to an aspiring female journalist who might be experiencing misogyny?
I think I would say is to do what you can. Do your best, do what you can, and really understand what you need. If you're not getting what you need right now, I would say to set your bar high, at least know exactly what you want, and that'll enable you to try to get that situation. You know, we have a newspaper in the US that's fairly new. It's called the 19th News, and it's woman run and majority women. And I don't know anything about being in that space, but I think about it. I mean, I don't know them, you know, I haven't worked for them or interacted with them very much, but you know, you think about maybe for some that's the space they need to be in. So I would say, you know, you can get the space you want, but let yourself, allow yourself to understand that about yourself.
Right. So finally, as we're highlighting women change makers today, can you tell us what you feel would make a woman change maker within the society?
You're a change maker. I mean, I heard one of the street interviews, one of the women was saying that they admired Michelle Obama. Obviously, if you think of Michelle Obama, she's a woman change maker. I mean, she's a global spokesperson for women and for African American people and for children. She's an amazing person, but I think anybody can be a change maker. I mean, I think I've gotten, some people also said they're friends, and I think I've gotten some of the greatest inspiration from watching my friends' personal struggles and how they've become, how they've changed even their own narrative. I have one close friend, and she's very advanced in her career. She's really, you could say she's a public change maker, but I also think of her battle overcoming cancer and redefining her womanhood after a serious, illness, and rewriting her own story and having to change the narrative of what she thought her life would be. So I take great inspiration, maybe more from friends who I see the other side of their struggle.
Yeah. All right. So I think we're nearing to an end. Thank you, Alexa. Thank you for sharing your experiences.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and it definitely gives us greater insight into how it's like being a woman within the journalism space, as budding journalists ourselves, all of us here within this newsroom. It's really, really exciting to hear. Yeah. And yeah.
Wow. Goodness me, it's been an exciting hour, hasn't it?
It has.
Especially for us. Thank you everyone for watching our newsroom live on Facebook Live. I am Grace.
And I am Raja. And this is Alexa. And thank you to all of our reporters. And this is the last you give.
Yeah. Happy International Women's Day. Yeah. And we'll pass you on to Coventry University.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great stuff from Newcastle. Hello everyone, I'm Yana Buxbanova talking to you today from Coventry University. We are celebrating amazing women from all around the world. Every woman is a change maker, whether she is a mother, daughter, wife, partner, sister, or an aunt. She is the core of our communities. Today we are here in Coventry to celebrate outstanding women on their International Day. We have some amazing events happening here today, one of which is a Women in Tech event happening not too far from campus, celebrating amazing women that have achieved great things, such as Sarah Windram, who is the business founder and investor in the West Midlands technology sector, or Elizabeth Ramsey, who is the Global Senior Product Manager responsible for multi-access edge computing, or Rachel Cheetham, who is a Senior Innovator and Growth Specialist for Innovative UK Edge in the Midlands. We have some stuff today from not only Coventry, but surrounding villages, one of which is Kenilworth. So our reporter, Hasnat Arif, is in one of Coventry's suburbs, Kenilworth, right now, and he will be reporting on Sir Optimist International. Their mission is the realization of women's rights for an equal future. So he will talk about that very soon. But for now, I would also like to talk about here we go.
I don't know.
Hello, Hasnat. Seems like we are having technological issues. That's all right. I would also like to talk about a very important person as well, Delia Derbyshire, which she was, she's a very known person that comes from Coventry, and she was an English musician and composer of electronic music. And basically, there's a building on campus named after her that has just been opened. She is most known for composing music for Doctor Who. And we are here now with Hasnat from Kenilworth.
Thank you, Yana. Welcome to Away Field in Kenilworth, where we see the decorated benches for today's event. We have Jean locally for Optimist International talking to us about their today's activity.
Hello.
So, hello. Could you introduce yourself and your work?
Yes, I'm Jean Lockley, and I'm a member of the Optimist International Club here in Kenilworth. We are an international women's organisation. There are 72,000 members of Optimist International throughout the world, and we are in 121 countries throughout the world. We're a women's organisation that has as our mission to develop opportunities for women and girls throughout the world and help them combat some of their difficulties.
Okay. How did you start your journey?
Right, I've been a Optimist now for 38 years, and I started when I was a professional social worker in Birmingham and was invited to become a member of Optimist. And so our membership is made up of women from a whole variety of backgrounds who've predominantly been in positions in their own business or professions where they are committed to forwarding the opportunities and rights of women throughout the world.
Okay. What are the challenges that you face in your past?
In the past, I think, and it's still a current issue for us as an organisation, is about getting the organisation known about more worldwide. But some of the challenges that we're actually facing is through our project work, where we are trying to change things for women and girls.
What are your achievements?
Right, locally, we've had a number of quite successful projects that we've been involved in over the years. Perhaps if I just talk about one or two of them that we're involved in at the moment. Right, one of our big projects is with the local Women's Refuge, who we've supported now for a number of years. They are providing accommodation as well as support in the community for women who have either experienced domestic abuse or are experiencing domestic abuse at the moment. Our support for them is that we do some fundraising to help them with their financial support, but also we provide support in terms of goods and services for them as well.
Okay. So if you can change three things in your society so women can be more supportive, so what can be three things?
Right, I think one of the biggest things currently for women and girls throughout the world, but we notice it particularly here in the UK with a lot of recent publicity, is about women's safety. Violence against women and girls is something that we are particularly passionate about, and there's been a lot of press publicity. We need to change the way in which women and girls are treated so their safety is paramount both in their home and out in the community.
Regarding this, what is your dream?
My dream would be that we could actually change things for all women and girls throughout the world, that we actually had some equity as well as equality, so that women's positions were better than they are now. We do fairly well here in the UK, but elsewhere in the world, not so good.
What changes do you think you can change in future?
Right, we will carry on campaigning. We are often in touch with our MP. We write petitions where we feel that there are important issues that need to be changed and come onto the public agenda for change with regards to women and girls' opportunities.
How can women be a change maker?
Right, I think women need a voice, and through our organisation is one way that we give them a voice.
Okay. What is your advice for new generation?
New generation, I think it applies to boys and girls. They need to be more aware of each other, more respectful of each other, and think about caring and making those who perhaps have lesser opportunities more available for support and help than we do perhaps at the moment.
Do you want to give any inspirational message for International Women's Day?
I think one of the inspirational messages I'd want to give is that as women we're strong, and together we can be even stronger to bring about change.
Thank you, Jane, for information. Kenilworth is also celebrating other women's achievements today. Our reporter Rima Ayubi interviewed counselor Kate Dixon and volunteer teacher Frida Butt and came back with the following reports.
Thank you, Hasnat. Kenilworth Town is also celebrating other women's achievements. Our reporter Rima Ayubi interviewed Councillor Kate Dixon and volunteer teacher Farida Butt and came back with the following report. Yes, the video will come up soon.
I think from a working perspective,
there is sexism everywhere. I think there is all sorts of discrimination everywhere.
there is definitely a gender gap, with child responsibilities, with home responsibilities. Sorry, I don't know why I got emotional.
I've been a town councillor for coming up for 12 years. It's been quite a long time, so it's been through lots of my life stages as well.
I started working, so my first real job, I'd say, was at the Coventry Refugee and Migrant Centre, where I started working as a teacher and then quickly progressed to managing the ESOL department, which I did for over 4 years. And then I had this urge to start a business, running dessert parlour coffee shop. Within a few weeks, I've started to teach English to asylum seekers here in the coffee shop, only because teaching has always been my passion. I am very passionate about teaching and always teaching the most vulnerable as well. So we have a hotel here nearby. Again, the reasons for not going into the hotel are so that people can actually access another space, can come out, socialise a little bit, learn some English, improve their English whilst just having a cup of coffee and meeting new people. All the teaching that I do is completely voluntary.
Kenilworth is a good place to live. That there is a huge amount of community spirit out there, and I really can't claim that as all my own, and I wouldn't want to, but it is knowing, perhaps being some sort of inspiration for other people to see that if I can do it, then other people can do it as well, and to be involved.
And there's a lot of voluntary organisations here within Kenilworth who are amazing people who help support the most vulnerable, and they go up to the hotels and they're teaching people.
I don't really think of myself as a politician. I'm a person, I'm a woman, I'm a mother, I'm a wife, I'm a midwife, I am a friend to people. But politics goes into every aspect of life, really, and I believe it's about hearing people, and I feel that in this part of town, in this part of my life, that an important part of my role is to make sure that everybody can be heard for the people that make the decisions, that make the change.
Language is the first barrier to integration, and I feel that if you can overcome that barrier, I've been a migrant myself, I know exactly what it means to move to a new country not knowing a language. Helping these people with their language will help them to progress in their future life, but also will help them to belong somewhere, because they have left their countries, they've left their families, they've left their friends, they leave everything that is dear to them, and to help them to integrate into just becoming part of something. They also have dreams like everybody else.
Particularly nowadays, I've given up on politicians, thinking about politics. Politicians don't always have a great reputation, but I want to be a community representative. Some of the people that are in the greatest need are not necessarily those in the greatest financial need. Financial need is a huge, huge problem, but it's people that just just don't know how to go out and to talk to people, and to meet with people.
Things aren't easy, but I feel that if you want to go out and get something, you have to struggle for those things. It's not easy, Yes, you go home and then you have to cook and clean and, all those wifey, motherly duties that everybody has. Meeting people in the street who have improved their language levels, but have also maybe found themselves a job, or have gained status. And I know for some people, that might not mean anything, but if you are an asylum seeker and you have gained refugee status, it's a big thing for you. It means you can actually start working and you can start living normally.
We've got groups of very skilled, very well educated, very resourceful asylum seekers just down the road from us. And we know that, and it's such a shame that they can't work, that they can't be used. They want to, that they're just sat there doing nothing, and that we're not allowing them to do that. I think that might be one of the first changes that I would like to see.
I think just that understanding and that awareness of what people go through. And I think that's key for us, as a society, is to be aware of other people's stories and other people's difficult stories and difficult journeys.
Historically, politics has been maybe done by from a male model, and so that may be seen as disadvantaging women. But I think it's our responsibility to maybe use the system, to use the model that is there, to make sure that our voice is heard.
So when you say a change maker, I see a change maker as somebody who can better other people's lives by giving them opportunities that many other people may not have given.
I would love to change the way that women speak about women. And we're very good at criticising each other. And I want that criticism to be made into praise for each other and for support for each other. I think it's really important that comes first from us as women, maybe before we start criticising the men for doing it as well.
I think women are very, very resilient, and I don't think we actually realise how strong women actually are.
All the wonderful things that women do, I think every woman is inspirational.
So the sacrifices that somebody actually makes for their children, for the home, for the husband, for friends, for themselves, to better themselves.
You can do it.
There will always be somebody out there who will believe in you, and you just need to find that person, or that person will find you. And yeah, I think every woman is a change maker.
I am a change maker. I am a change maker.
I am a change maker.
I'm a change maker.
I am a change maker. I'm a change maker.
I am a change maker. I am a change maker. I am a change maker.
We are change makers.
We are change makers.
We are change makers. That was amazing. Next, we have Bethany Downing, who is in charge of the Fair Access Scheme at Coventry University. She makes sure that everyone gets fair access to higher education. I interviewed her earlier and prepared this following report for you.
There's lots of different disabilities. I support them throughout the application process and to make sure that they get to where they want to be at university. I myself was a young carer, my dad had a disability, and throughout my entire sort of childhood I knew that I wanted to help people, and that's why I did a psychology degree. And I sort of fell into this job really because I just absolutely loved working with young people and letting young people know that even if they do have barriers, like myself, they can still achieve and they can still go to university if that's what they want to do. They can still reach their goals and sort of live their dream. I would like Coventry to be the place to go if you have a barrier to your education, I'd like it to be the place where you know you're going to get support, you know that you're not going to have to fight to have your voice heard, and that all the support is already in place for you and available for you. When I was at school, I wasn't identified as a young carer, which meant that I didn't receive support really from my school or from any charities or anything like that. And when I went to university, I didn't really know who to speak to about it. So really simple things like having an extension on my assignments because my dad had just gone into hospital, you know, having to be able to prove that was very, very difficult. You know, they wanted evidence from my dad's doctor, but my dad's doctor was a very high up psychiatrist, so he was never going to have a meeting with me just to provide me with a letter for university. So I think the biggest issue was people being aware of the barriers. So it's definitely easier now than when I was at university. Anyone starting in September 2023, they are now asking if you have caring responsibilities for somebody who has a disability or a long-term health condition. But UCAS are doing lots of research into young carers at the moment as well, which I think is really, really important because, you know, I'm just one young carer who's had one particular experience, but actually being able to hear from lots of young carers about their experiences, the barriers and what they need is really important. We have such broad criteria for being able to be part of the scheme. We recognise lots of extenuating circumstances, lots of difficult circumstances that might have affected an applicant and their grades. We've tried to recognise as many barriers as possible. We take into account so many different types of barriers, I think means that our scheme is so far-reaching and really useful to the community. I'd like more young carers to stay in higher education and finish their degrees, but I think especially for those young carers who are maybe in primary school or secondary school, for them just to know that there are people like me across universities across the whole country who are working to help support them and that we believe in them. Whole country who are working to help support them and that we believe in them.
We are glad to have such an inspiring woman at Coventry University. Thank you everyone for watching, and happy International Women's Day for every woman on earth. I'll hand over to Ukraine, who has more stories for you on this special day.
Thank you, Coventry University, for that great report. So if you've just joined us, you're watching the Global Pop-Up Newsroom hosted by Asian College of Journalism, India. We are celebrating Women's Day by bringing stories of women change makers from all over the world. So far, we have heard stories from India, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and United Kingdom. So before we go to Mariupol State University, Ukraine, we have a lot to talk about the speciality of this day. As I said earlier, for me, Women's Day is a day to recognize the incredible achievements of women throughout history and to celebrate the progress we have made towards gender equity. But Women's Day is also a reminder of the work we still have to do. While we've made progress, there are still so many inequalities that women face. So Women's Day is also a call to action for all of us to continue working towards a more just and equal world. I think one area where women have made great strides in recent years is the realm of politics. We have seen more and more women running for office and winning elections. That's a great step towards ensuring that women's voices are heard at all levels of government. And it's not just about politics. Women are also making progress in fields like science, technology, engineering, math, where they've historically been unrepresented. That's right, women are breaking barriers and making their mark in all kinds of fields. But we still have a long way to go. Let me know in the comment sections about what this day reminds of you. So next up we have Ukraine, Mariupol State Humanitarian University, Ukraine, and I'm going to hand it over to Alexandra, the host from Mariupol University. Hi, Alexandra.
Hello.
Hello.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexandra, and our team is from Mariupol.
Yes. Happy Women's Day.
Thank you.
Over to you.
And yes, I want to tell you that our team is from Mariupol, and we represented the Department of Social Communications of Mariupol State University. Due to the full-scale war between Russia and Ukraine, residents of Mariupol were forced to lose their homes and seek refuge in another city or country. So our university moved to Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine. Currently, the educational institution is located in the building of the Kyiv National University of Construction and Architecture. As the building was constructed more than 80 years ago, it is currently undergoing major repairs. So among the many people who survived the siege of Mariupol, there are women who managed to save themselves and continued to show selflessness, help people, and achieve academic and professional goals. And all of this despite the difficulties they faced. Such women exist at our university as well. They have contributed to its further work. Thanks to them, our other Ukrainian women have the opportunity to continue their education, improve professional skills, or teach students who have found themselves in different parts of the world because Russia invaded Ukraine. Thanks to these women, the university's accounting department continued to function. Thanks to them, the humanitarian headquarters at the university helps people from different parts of Ukraine in these difficult times. And we want to call these stories of these women are truly heroic, and we want you to hear them as well, because the war has put a huge burden on Ukrainian women, which they have to cope with. And now I want you to translate our video that we have made with our team about a heroism of Mariupol State University and our women.
Ukrainian women are fighting side by side with men for Ukraine's independence and freedom. They are fighting not only on the battlefield, but also on the informational, scientific, political, and economic fronts. Mariupol State University has faced severe challenges: war, relocation to a new city, and the full resumption of work. But this didn't break us. Students and teachers together began to revive Mariupol State University in Kyiv, and together we passed trials we had never imagined. The students started classes in April. Then our university finally resumed its work, and all the women joined the process of its revival.
The primary task of the faculty members after the temporary relocation of the university was the restoration of the full-fledged educational process. At that time, we carried out a huge work to search out our students, and were happy beyond measure for everyone who got in touch. In terms of war, we conduct classes through distance learning. As far as I can see, after experiencing the horrors of war, our youth started appreciating their involvement in the Mariupol University family more than ever. In turn, we do our best to provide the high quality of education and create decent accommodation conditions for everyone.
Later, in order to restore the full-fledged work of all departments, only 2 women were able to continue the activities of the accounting department and take the first steps towards renovating the new building and dormitory for students and teachers.
Навесні, у непростих умовах, неповною командою, за короткий термін ми відновили роботу бухгалтерської служби. Пізніше до нас приєдналися спеціалісти з Маріуполя, Києва та Мелітополя. Разом ми зіткнулися з багатьма викликами на шляху становлення університету у столиці України, але вони нас не спинили. Не дивлячись на все, ми відроджуємо Маріупольський університет таким, яким запам'ятали його вдома.
We couldn't remain indifferent to our compatriots. We have all suffered from the war, so we understand how much help is needed.
After the resumption of work, we wanted to help all academic community of the university and all residents of Mariupol. This is how the idea of creating the humanitarian center came. By uniting with like-minded people, we were able to overcome dark winter and save the light in our people's hearts. As a teacher, I work not just with students, but with adults, experienced people who from now look on life through the prism of war. I admire them, I admire my colleagues, who despite what they have experienced are moving towards our common goal.
For us, student life will no longer be filled with the colors we used to paint it with at home, but now many of us are trying to bring back at least a part of what we had left.
The war has changed my student days, but hasn't taken my happy memories. Previously, I was practicing vocals in one of the creative teams of our university. We performed at cultural events, became winners of competitions, and now we are far apart. Despite all barriers and tensions, our military actions, I successfully passed final exams, I've entered master's program and continue to participate in educational and scientific projects.
Despite all the obstacles, the women of Mariupol State University don't stop. We're going to win and believe in the future of our university.
In the future, I see the Mariupol University as a true center of our community transformation,
який стане флагманом української освіти у вільному і квітучому Маріуполі.
Modern and European, but necessarily in independent Ukraine.
As high-tech and progressive university.
Okay, thank you. And now I pass on the words to our team, which depicted Mariupol women in the video. And our first reporter is Artur.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like also to accentuate on the fact that women have historically been underrepresented in higher education, and while significant progress has been made in recent years, there is still much work to be done. And it's important to talk about women in the university, especially in the time of full-scale war between Russia and Ukraine, because it helps to raise awareness of the challenges that women face in war, how they're pursuing higher education, and the ways in which universities can better support their success in conditions of full-scale war. And it's really an especially important theme because 400,000 people from Mariupol were forced to survive the siege of Mariupol. They were forced to move out from their houses, and now we are around all the world. So we need to find a new life, a new ground for surviving, for educating. So it's really a very important theme, I think.
Okay, thank you, Artur, and welcome our second reporter, Maxim.
Hello, greetings from Kiev. My name is Maxim, and I would like to tell you some about the filming of the video and about my role of the creation of the project. In addition to writing the script, I had the main technical role. In particular, it's video shooting, taking into account the preparation of equipment, lighting, sound, and other technical aspects. Also, my task was edit to the video using professional technical equipment, and my teammate Svetlana very actively helped me with some ideas and solutions during this editing. The process was quite difficult and responsible. The filming took about a week, and the editing took another 2 days. But it was very useful and positive experience. So thank you very much to everyone who present this opportunity, and I will answer to your questions if you have something.
So thank you, Maxim. I don't think that there are questions. And welcome our last reporter, Svetlana.
Hi everyone from Kiev. I'm Svetlana. So I would say about our filming process, because during the preparation of this video, we work a lot of days, let's say maybe a week. So we wanted to reveal our heroic women's filmed their work, their stories, and they emphasize the work of most of the university. So the most of our staff is some women. For example, any staff, any teachers, and any deans. So first of all, we talk about all the characters, main characters in our video. We filmed their works, and also we filmed other women's. It's for example our teachers and other stuff. So our heroic women say their own stories, say how it's work in the some spring, in the last spring, and also they telling about their work now, their hope for future university, and now they work, they become work, and so we proud of them, and we proud of our university, our heroic women. Thank you.
Thank you, Svetlana. And I see the question. What you can say?
So I think it's for me question. So we study in distance, we study in line, and all teachers help us and give our some materials when we study in journalism. So we study some our programs, and now every day we study for be stronger, because it's sometimes so hard. It's so hard, but also we are providing our study.
Okay, thank you, Svetlana. And thanks everyone for attention to Mariupol State University. And now we will hand you over to Maureen and her team of independent journalists from Africa. So I can't hear you.
Hi, Alexandra.
Hello.
Hi. So, how is Women's Day in Ukraine?
I think it's not like parties or another things, because our women are independent and we are very proud of them, and it's okay now for us.
Yes. Yeah. So, how is the stories wrapping up? Like, are there any more reporters?
No, only our team which made our video. It's me and my classmates from my university.
All right. Okay, so I think we'll move to Africa now. Thank you so much, Alexandra, and thanks to all the reporters from Ukraine. Thank you so much. So next up, we have Maureen from Africa. Hi, Maureen. Can you hear
Hello.
me? Hi.
Yes.
Hi,
Can you
Maureen.
hear?
Yeah, we're really excited about the stories.
It's good to be
Okay.
here. Thank you
Yeah.
much for. So today we have revolutionary women joining us from across the world through the power of innovation, which is basically what the theme of this year's International Women's Day. From Africa, we have 4 incredible women who are located in different parts of the world at the moment, and we'll be talking to them today. So one of the ladies that we have is Labdi. If Labdi has joined us, maybe she can talk to us. Is Labdi online? Winnie. Maybe we can link up to Winnie. Well, Winnie at the moment is living in the UK. Winnie is a great woman. She is an entrepreneur. She was living in Kenya for the past 20 years until a few months ago or weeks ago, and she relocated to the UK. She will tell us her story and what today means for her. Winnie.
Thank you so much, Molly. This is an honor to just be able to share my life and my story. Yes, I was born in Kenya, bled in Kenya, and live in Kenya the whole of my life. Anyway, and now I'm relocated to the UK. For me, International Women's Day, or just this day, or being a woman, means a lot to me. I was just thinking, like, there's really nothing that would be in this world without women. Because we are the creators, we give birth, we bring out everything. And for me, being a woman and celebrating women means celebrating our challenges, celebrating our victories, celebrating the different things that women go through. And some of them could even be health, like breast cancer, that as a woman I go through. Of course, men go through, but I'm talking as a woman at this point.
Great.
Yes.
So you have had your life really changed in the last couple of years. Could you tell us what exactly happened? And even you can tell us a short story of what this medical procedure that you went through.
Okay, I'll go back. I'm 48 years today. I just turned last month. But then when I turned just before 45 years, I felt that I needed to put my life into, like, be healthy, just be conscious of really how my health needs to be. But at that point, I didn't think there was anything that is going to, as much as I'm looking, I didn't think I was going to look at anything terrible or anything big. I just thought that I need to work on my weight. I need to work to see the doctor more often. Right. And I remember starting on a weight loss program, and that I still work on today. That really helped me to enlighten me to see who I am. And during that same period, 2 years ago, I decided to make right with, like, just see a gynecologist, just see the doctor. And I wasn't in any pain at that point. Although in retrospect, when I think about it, I had a lump on my breast.
Right.
I had been feeling it, but I think I was too much avoiding and not thinking, like, it can't be me. As in, no one in my family has breast cancer. No, as in, for you to have, as in, that's what I thought. To have breast cancer, I must be feeling pain. I must be feeling something. So it can't be anything. This is just another lump. This is just the way breasts are. Really, I haven't touched anyone else's breast. So I thought, this is the way breasts are. Anyway, if it was anything, I would feel it. But anyway, I decided to see the doctor not for my breast, but for just my normal body health check. And it's during one of those visits that then, it was actually the first visit that the doctor noticed that there was a lump and said that I need to go for further tests. But at this point, I didn't think anything big about it until the last one, when I went through, went in through the biopsy. That then I realized I had breast cancer. Of course, it's a big thing. I'm shaking. I'm thinking, no, it can't be breast cancer. It can't be me. As in why me? But I think at that still same moment, I thought, why not me? Who else? As in, why not me? Who else? As in, if this is, I have it, so who else would I be giving? Would I choose either among my friends or in my family to have it? Right. And I talked to myself and said, you know what, we need to be strong for yourself. You have to be positive. I have to start living. Probably if it is the discovery of these that will make me to start living, I've got to start living. Maybe I wasn't living before, I start living. And that continued with I went for the surgery, that is removal of the breast. I went for chemotherapy, that was all 6 sessions. I went for radiotherapy. Those were tough moments because during chemotherapy, I lost my hair.
Right.
During the radiotherapy, I wasn't able to swallow. I had sores in my throat. I wasn't able to swallow. And there are all these things that go through my mind, but again, my family was extremely supportive. Not just my family, I would say my friends. As in, when I say my family, it's just my immediate family, but my whole family. But one thing I'll say, Molly, is that what helped me as a woman is at that point, as me, is I decided that I was going to share my story, because the only way to get help is to invite people in. True. I had to let people know what I was going through for them to help me. And that is why I decided that then I need to talk about my story, tell them that I'm weak now, I am sick, I need help.
It's very encouraging for you to tell us that you decided to share your story, because as a team from Africa, what we are calling for people to do today is for them to share their stories.
Yes.
When you shared your story with your family, I'm sure they came in to encourage you. But more specifically, I want for you to talk to us about your daughter. How helping you?
Okay, yes, after now I've done the mastectomy. The breast was removed at that point. Of course, now I'm looking, I have no breasts, and my daughter crochets.
Right.
And she learned crocheting during the COVID period when they were all away from school. And she thought then, what my mom needs to have something, and she did for me a breast, a prosthesis that I could use, and that I was so touched. It was a journey, and I realized I was not the only woman that didn't have. In any case, I don't consider myself like really poor. There are many poor women poorer than me who thinking they can't afford. If I can't afford, how can they afford it?
Yeah.
And at that point, we decided then, why not use the opportunity to make for others? I'm sure there are many other women who need the breast, the prosthesis. And we started making a few of them. But then I also realized, because my daughter was crocheting, that this helped her to even deal with depression, to deal with things that I was going through. And we introduced the club in their school. So to help other students be able to use their time, to use their skill and learn the skill. And it is in the school that then we have the project, the girls making the breast prosthesis, that we have given to many women. Over 200 women have benefited from the breast prosthesis that we've given to Nairobi Hospital and many other hospitals. And now we have a project that we want to focus on more than 5,000 women. Every woman should have dignity as they walk. It doesn't matter if you have no breast, but you have to have dignity as you walk up, because many people are hiding behind many jackets and many things. And so me and my daughter and my family and my friends, we're just raising funds. People can help. You can help by sending some money to buy the yarn, because that is what we need, so they can make as many breast prosthetics. No one should not have it. If you have undergone the surgery, anyone should be able to get this. So we can have them in every hospital, every cancer center should have some, so that a woman can go there and pick it without feeling embarrassed, without thinking a cost about buying it. And that's a project we already started with my daughter.
That is so sweet of her. How old is she?
She's 17 years.
17 years old. It's incredible that she's taking the courage to support you and to support other women, I'm sure, in Kenya at the moment, hopefully across the world.
Yeah.
You have a GoFund account or something? More about this. Why do you need an account?
Oh, man, I don't have a GoFund account. I think that GoFund account, I think that's one I should have, like after this, I should have it. We need as much money to buy the yarn, so that the girls can continue making, and that can help in the distribution of the breast across the country.
I wanted to ask, because you relocated to the UK, is your daughter there, or she's in Kenya?
No, my daughter is in Kenya. My daughter is in Kenya currently, and the project is running in a school that is Nembu Girls is in Kenya. So they're making from a school. It's a high school.
We have a question from the audience. One
Yes.
person, how much more awareness needs to be there about breast cancer, especially among women? It's asked by one Sam. I'm not sure if Sam is a lady or a girl, but or a man. But yes, the one person is asking how much more awareness should be there. Should there be more awareness created, and at what
Yes.
age doing this? Is it when we are 40 or
No, there should be more awareness, and women needs to be conscious, should know their breasts. It is in knowing how their breasts are from the time they start even receiving their monthly periods. They just know how their breasts behave, and there should be more awareness. And I think even in the awareness is removing the stigma that goes with breast cancer. Because someone thinks like you've got a breast cancer, maybe your life is over. But I have someone who supported me who got breast cancer and she still got a child. She didn't have to after breast cancer, she got a child. So we need more awareness, and women need to be more conscious about their breast, to know their breast, and to visit the doctor. Like they need to, visit the doctor, especially to go to a gynecologist, as even every year they need to be able to do that and do the mammogram.
Right.
As early as possible.
I know this is a bit intrusive, but are there some of the things that you can show us today that we can do to check our breasts at home?
Okay, to be honest, let me not even go there because I don't know how to, I know that you can do it around. I don't know if I can.
Yes.
Yeah.
Normally you shouldn't use your tips,
yeah.
but
it's this, but I'm not. Let me not even go there so much. Let me not mislead anybody, but I know I don't mean to mislead someone. Yes.
Okay, perfect. But when you want to check your breast, according to what I've had with the gynecologist, you should use this part of the fingers, not the tips, and you go around, check if there are lumps. If you feel something is different, of course, you should go and talk to your doctor.
That is right too, and especially if, as in, one is either if you can do that lying down on your back, or in the bathroom and put your hand here, so you can be able to go around your breast.
Perfect.
That way you're able to feel from your armpit all the way.
Thank you so much. Would you tell us a little bit about your entrepreneurship job, the IPEPE? What is that?
Yes, IPEPE is an online supermarket or marketplace that I started out, I'll say 10 years ago, from the need, thinking about the Kenyans that live in the diaspora who would want to reach to their families with shopping, and at times it's a bit difficult sending money. And so we started the supermarket, but online, that they can be able to do shopping from wherever they are, and shopping is sent home. How we send home is not letting move from diaspora to, everything happens online, and link up supermarkets within Kenya in the platform so that you can shop from a supermarket of your choice from wherever you are in the world. It's been incredible. We've been able to reach to Kenyans across the world to be able to touch their parents. Some have done for charity. They have been able to support even charities from wherever they are through the platform. And more recently, we've been able to also bring in more other businesses on the platform, not just shopping, just a supermarket, but we have other businesses on the platform, which is IPEPE Marketplace.
Thank you so much, Winnie, for joining us today. We are really grateful, and we wish you all the best, and your daughter as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your support.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
The next person that will be joining us today is Labdi. Labdi is a revolutionary singer-songwriter and one-stringed fiddle instrumentalist. Without further ado, I would want to welcome Labdi, and she will tell us the story behind Orutu. Why Orutu, and did you ever know that you will play Orutu?
First of all, thank you so much, Maureen. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yes, great. Why Orutu? Actually, after high school, we normally have the gap year in Kenya for students to go and do whatever it is they want to do before you join university. So I went to a vocal school, and I didn't really fit the standard that they expected me to fit because I'm doing a lot of commercial music, but they said my voice was a bit too strong or too African. So I was advised to go and find an instrument that complements my voice. Fast forward to university at KU, I met the instrument, I met Orutu, and I was told that women are not allowed to play it. And I was like, that's very good reason for me to play it. And it's been bliss ever since.
That is so sweet. How many years has it been since that time?
I don't know. I think I've lost count. About 7 years, 8 years. I don't know, to be honest. Because I picked it up in around 2014, 2015. But then I started to play it internationally and professionally, obviously, after I graduated. So that was in 2017.
That is so beautiful. As a composer and an instrumentalist, what is your goal or intention when you're composing or on the stage? What do you intend to do when you're there?
I really enjoy the musical process, to be honest. I really enjoy composing. For example, yesterday I was in the studio and it was the best time of my life. And the only thing that I could think about is the emotions that drive me to create music. It's really just the emotions and the emotions that I'm able to give people and the reaction that comes from it. And that's really what inspires me to be there all the time.
This is a bit... Did you always know, because since you've told us a little bit about your story, did you know that you would end up being a musician? Was it something that you had when you were younger, or is it something that just came to you and you tried it and you loved it and you stuck there?
Which African child knew they were going to be a musician? You know, we were all forced into the five big careers, you know, engineering and all of that. And I was also a victim of one of that kind of thinking. But luckily enough, I was able to penetrate and find my way and get support eventually from my parents, my dad especially. Initially, I was supposed to do anything else, you know. No one expected me to be a musician. Even I didn't. If you told me this 10 years ago that I would have been a musician, I would have laughed in your face. But now, it's the only thing I can do, to be honest. Yeah.
What did you study at the university, if you indulge us?
Oh, I studied actually fine art. I'm a trained painter and interior designer.
Oh, that's beautiful. Still, it's in the art. So
luckily
as an African, yeah, very, very, they're closely related. So as an African playing the instrument, you're telling us is mainly a man instrument. What is your reception in Kenya and abroad, especially in Kenya? How have you been received?
I mean, at the beginning of my career, when I used to play in small clubs, the reception was not very good. I used to get people. I once got someone really insulted me once, and I had to close shop and just stop playing. Said some really interesting words to me. Sometimes I meet people who question what I do, and they're like, "Aish." Like, I remember the time I was in Doha, actually in transit coming back to Kenya, and I was explaining to a stranger how I play Orutu, and he was like, "Well, if you play Orutu, then what will us men play?" I'm like, I mean, the same thing, you know. What does my playing have to do with you? Or how does that affect the other, you know? But it's been a roller coaster. I think that the reception is getting better because a lot more women are getting into playing these instruments, and a lot, even just in music in general, there's a big disparity between the number of women and men within the entire field. You know, it's almost like 20 to 80%, you know, and it's crazy. That's the numbers, the disparity is huge. So I'd say it's 50-50, but now it's getting better with the help of my other fellow women who play instruments. And abroad, obviously, it's like, oh wow, this is a great instrument. Especially the sound is very unique, and a lot of people haven't heard it before. So because of the curiosity, then they don't question so much the gender roles within the traditional setting. But it's been good. It's been quite a journey.
That is beautiful to hear. Where has Orutu taken you? Give us a story, an interesting story where Orutu has taken you somewhere you never thought that it would take you there.
You know, Maureen, actually, it's been the craziest journey, especially last year was the most insane. Like, I remember I picked a call sometime in 2021, and it was a wildlife organization from South Africa who wanted to have a collective of musicians. 2 years down, actually 1.5 years down the line, I'm playing at the National Geographic Storyteller Society as a storyteller. I think that's one of the biggest and most rewarding moments I've ever had in my life, and it's just been beautiful just to have a name. And I think it means a lot to me because I grew up watching a lot of Nat Geo films with my granddad. I have a bit of history knowing what that means to my family and to me, so that I think that was one of the biggest and the best stages. I mean, of course, I've played at other venues like the Jazz Cafe. We even sold out a show, but I think the one that's of sentimental value to me was the show we did in DC for the Nat Geo Storyteller Summit.
Oh, beautiful. The last question will be, What would you tell a young girl growing in Africa or elsewhere and is being held back by the gender roles or gender expectations that they have, and they're not able to live fully their life?
You know what's interesting is that I wouldn't tell her anything, because the very premise of being a young girl in Africa means everyone is telling you a lot of things all the time. There's rules. It's like when you're young, there's this you shouldn't do and what you should do. Then when you're a teenager, there's a lot, it's such a disparity between what the young girl is told and what the little boy is not told anything. They're just allowed to exist. So I would not tell her anything, the young girl. But for someone who's trying to get into music, I would advise them to pursue traditional instruments, because there's not a lot of us who are doing it. The art of, for example, and I'll use Orutu very specifically, the art of playing Orutu is dying, because the older generation are the ones who have held the culture and respected it for a long time. And there's very few of us in this generation. When they go, who's gonna represent? It cannot be just me. It cannot just be Kasiva. It cannot be, Ketiwe. There's a lot of us who need to pursue these traditional instruments. And I think that would be great for us as a continent and as a country.
There is somebody from Coventry asking, would you please play for us Orutu today?
Well, I could, but I'd have to move.
Yeah,
I don't know whether we have time. It really depends on you, Maureen.
Will it take long? If it's just grabbing and coming, you can grab and come.
Yes, I can grab and come. Just give me 1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as she goes to grab the Orutu to play something for us, I would like to add that Labdi, since I met her, she's been doing great, and I've seen her grow from when she was in university and now playing in a world platform. I'm really proud of her. Her music is really traditional for Kenyan, and she draws inspiration from many traditional music and musicians. She will tell us that when she's able to join us. I think we lost her, or she's back. She's back.
All right, I'm coming. 1 minute. Orutu needs a bit of respect, 1 minute. Can you hear that?
We can hear it.
Okay. I wish I had known I'd be ambushed. I would have been better prepared, but no worries. It's okay. I'm always ready somehow. It's not an ambush. It's an appreciation of culture. Let's go.
Yeah.
So here's Orutu. Suffering from what we call the Zoom blues, where you're not fully dressed down, but you're dressed up. So you might not be able to see the whole instrument. Let me just adjust a little bit. I'm going to perform a song that I wrote a long time ago.
Okay.
It's my favorite song. It's called Winjauru. Okay.
You have a great voice too. That's so beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Us. Really grateful, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Maureen, for having me. Have a lovely evening.
You too. Bye. Up next is Lourdes Walusala. Lourdes is a multi-award-winning journalist with a national media house in Kenya. She is working at the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, which is a government-run organization. Apart from being a journalist, Lourdes is also an advocate for maternal, newborn, and children health. Lourdes, if you can hear us, kindly tell us why you are propelled to advocacy. Is there a story there?
Thank you very much, Maureen. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I came home to darkness, but as they say, the show must continue. I'm here. I have improvised my life so that I can be seen. For me, I can say pain. Pain drew me to maternal health advocacy because I lost my first child to a pregnancy-related complication. Those are like 8 years ago. And advocating for maternal health, producing maternal health content, for me is my little way of improving health one story at a time.
Right. We are really sorry that you had to go through this pain and then share your story, but I'm sure you have healed or you're healing from it and you're sharing your story with the rest of the women so that if possible, they don't have to go through your journey, but if they are in your journey, then they'll be able to heal. From your research and reporting, what are some of the major problems that women go through during the pregnancy and after the pregnancy? And also mention about the babies.
One of the challenges are so many, but to mention just a few, I can say one of them is miscarriages, and we rarely talk about miscarriages, but so many women are going through miscarriages. So many women are, you're in a situation, you're pregnant today, tomorrow there is no pregnancy, you can't explain. The pregnancy is so big, so you can't. People are like, have you gotten a baby? Is the baby there? How is the baby? So explaining to each and every person that I lost the pregnancy, it's really a challenge. And sometimes you don't even know what happened. And sometimes they have those terms that you can't even explain. For me, they said placenta abruption. You don't even know what that is, so they try to explain it in a layman's language. Another challenge is delay. And delays are in so many, they are in so many levels. There is delay from a woman's point, delay in reaching the health facility. There is delay at the health facility. You'll delay reaching the health facility because maybe you live far or the road is very far, the health facility is very far. You reach the health facility and maybe there are no resources, there are no personnel, or they are overwhelmed. So those delays. And in pregnancy, any delay is fatal. Any slight delay is fatal. We also have a lack of access to family planning. A woman is there, you have gotten a baby or you want to space your child, but you either can't access health family planning services, or if you can access it, then your partner doesn't want it. So you are there, you don't know what to do. And also something that we rarely talk about is secondary infertility. I am in a group and so many women are suffering and you suffer from it silently. People are there thinking that maybe you don't want to have a baby, but you're trying, but the baby is not coming. These are some of the things that women suffer from, but you really don't know how to talk about them. Yeah.
Right. It's true women are suffering out there, but the question I ask you is, do you think it's important for women to share their experiences from when they actually get pregnant or when they're trying to have babies and they cannot? Because as a society, we are ready to quickly to judge them. Maybe they did something, that's why they cannot have babies. Is it okay for us to share? And if we did, where and who should we even tell?
It is very, very important for women to share these stories. And I can say because I remember when I lost my child and I was in so much pain. I could cry every day. And the moment I sat down and I was like, I sat down and I opened a blog and I blogged about my experience. I still remember that title very well. The story behind my passion for maternal health. And I wrote my story the way I felt it, from the beginning to the end. And the number of response, the people that came to my inbox, people that were like, oh, I thought that I was alone. You know, sometimes you go through something and you think you're the only woman who has lost a child. Then you remember there is this woman, there is another woman, there is another woman. there are people who are in this together. So when you hold hands together, and we formed a group, a WhatsApp group for women who are trying to conceive after a loss, and you discover, so I'm not alone. And then you also help each other. There is this health facility where these tests are cheap. There is this insurance which can take that which can cover you. If you want to be covered, you can do this. You share information. It is very important because first you heal and you also get information to proceed. If you want to try again or anything that you want to do, it is very important to share information. You can also share with a therapist. For me, I also went for therapy and I explained exactly how I felt. I remember there was a time whenever I saw that health facility, I felt so angry, so annoyed, so anxious, and I shared it with the therapist, and it was a road towards my healing process. And right now, I can remember my experience with less pain and more joy because, here we are. Yes.
Eventually, you went ahead to have two beautiful kids, and we are glad that you're able to do that. Tell us on a day-to-day basis, what are the complexities of being in the field as a journalist? How is your day like? At the moment, I'm not sure you're in Malawi, all the way from Kenya. You can tell us how this is.
Actually, I just came from Malawi. I am now in Kenya. The complexities are many. Right now, before we could say that radio was the king, everybody was looking for radio and media for information. But right now there is social media. They get a lot of information from social media. So for you to even just synthesize and ensure that you give your audience information that matters, so that you don't out-sensation each other, but you want to give information that is correct, that is accurate, and information that will give impact. And at the same time, you want to compete with social media. That is a challenge. And another challenge is the way we have been brought up culturally. There are some things that you can't speak about. So you want to tell this beautiful story about infertility or about loss or about male infertility. Someone will want to give you that information off the camera. But again, you want that information, you want to record, you want the real information, but they'll be like, I will just share. But as long as you don't share it with anybody else, so that is also for you to have that story that will have impact, a story that has a personal touch. You need real people to tell those stories, and sometimes we are limited. There are barriers, cultural barriers, societal barriers. People are like, I will share my story, and then they'll be looking at me, that woman who adopted, that woman who had 13 miscarriages, that woman who, they don't want to share the information.
It's unfortunate that we are judging too many people, and many people are not sharing their stories. Some of them end up with mental problems or even killing themselves, which is really sad. The other question that I would like to ask is, how can we as a society, what can we do as a society to support women or pregnant women especially, so that they can have healthy pregnancies and babies eventually?
There is a lot that we can do. They say that if you want to gauge the development of a country, you look at the status of its mothers. Look at how their mothers are, and you will know the development, if you want to get the development of a country. So there are so many things that we can do, and we will start with the government. First of all, we make maternal health services accessible. On this, I can say that the government of Kenya has tried, because we have some services here and there, like Linda Mama, which it guarantees services to pregnant women pre, post, and during pregnancy. So are these services available? If, for example, health is a devolved function, where are the health facilities? How many kilometers are the health facilities? Because if a health facility is so far away, then it means that woman will, for sure, in case of an emergency, they will delay. So the government to make health services available. And then speaking from a media point of view, we should highlight these cases, both the good, the bad, and the ugly, because they will help. They will help
giving information to women so that they can access information that will help save lives, and they can also help in policy formulation and policy development. And as society, we should also give that listening ear. We should not be too quick to judge. We should be kind. If you see a woman has stayed 5 years without a child, don't just start, hey, you don't want to give birth, hey, your husband will run away. No. Maybe that woman is struggling with secondary infertility. So we should be kind. We should just be kind as a society generally. Yeah, those are my recommendations.
Right. One more thing. What has been your highlight as a journalist and maybe as an advocate?
I have had several highlights, and I can maybe share one or two. One of my major highlights is being granted an opportunity to study my master's in the UK through a scholarship. It is through my maternal health advocacy that I was able to submit a strong application and tell them, if you give me this scholarship, I will go to the UK, I will study 1, 2, 3, and then I will come back to my country and do 1, 2, 3 in terms of trying to avert the high maternal and children death, mortality rate. So it gave me an opportunity to get a full scholarship, full sibling scholarship. I was also able to get quite a number of fellowships through this advocacy. And lastly, the awards that I have won, the awards on my name, just because of highlighting these issues have been tremendous. They have been trickling in, and those are my highlights. I don't do stories for awards, but again, the awards will just come if you do something good and you submit it, and they'll be like, this story had impact, and you get those awards. Yeah.
Oh, that is so beautiful. As your parting shot, what is your plan, if you would like to share, especially for advocacy for women and children?
My plan is continue doing this for the long term, And apart from just highlighting what is wrong, I want, or what I am doing is going ahead to produce stories with solutions at the center, because we are very good, especially as journalists, just saying what is bad. But again, there is something good that is happening. So I have shifted from just doing journalism to doing constructive journalism, holding the government to account, holding duty bearers to account, but again, looking at who is doing what, going ahead to see who is doing what. So I am planning to do this for the longest time. And as I said, improving health one story at a time. That is my plan.
Thank you so much, Lots, for joining us today. We are really grateful, and we wish you all the best as well in your plans.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Last but not least, we'll have Nadia, who will be talking about the importance of information sharing. As far as so far, we have had stories from women who are sharing their experiences and how that has impacted them as women, or also other people across the world. We are back online, so we will go back to listening to Uwasi Nadia from Kenya. She's going to share with us the importance of information sharing. We had an interview with her a couple of days ago, and the studio will play the video for us. To you, studio.
And all these responsibilities come to you. Have you gone through something that you felt, I am the only one going through it? But once you shared with other women, you found that it was not just you.
Yeah, thank you. About that, I've gone through a lot of things. Being an orphan, being a mom, being a wife, and being a source of strength to a number of people. I've gone through a lot in my life, but I've realized that sharing has helped me feel okay, has helped me attract other people who have the same issues to speak up and share their joy, share their pain, and it has been able to heal others. I've struggled with infertility for some time, and I thought it was just me, And I didn't know that many people at my age then, they struggle with the same thing. I didn't know some of my friends were going through it. But there, after I shared my story, after embracing it, I got many people who were free to speak to me and tell me what they have gone through. You know, infertility comes up with many, many things in the society whereby they feel like getting a child is like a Nobel Prize. It's something that is valuable in the society. So when you struggle with infertility, they think that you are abnormal. They think that you don't fit. They don't value you and all. So many women have gone through that. Some have been chased out of their homes because of the same thing. Some, their husbands have been unfaithful because of that, thinking that they will get children out of the marriage, thus hurting the person who is going through infertility. So it's very good for us to share things that we are going through so that other women can be strong, because I remember just took some time to pray, took some time to see doctors, did different things for me to be for me to feel that I've done all that I can. So sharing
Thank you so much for having us today from Africa. Our message to the world is that share and share and share. We all know that a problem shared is half solved. Up next is California State University, and we're joined by Ajoa. Ajoa, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
It's good to see you. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Great, great. What are some of the stories that you have lined up for us today from the women?
Okay, so today we explore the amazing women on the Fresno State campus in Northern California who continue to trailblaze a path to the future for the students on campus, but also for the diverse community.
That is so beautiful. I'll let you go and you can continue with the show. Bye.
Thank you. So I would like to again thank everybody who's watching and welcome you all to Global Pop-Up Newsroom. I'm Ajoa Aikens, coming to you live from California State University, Fresno. It's currently 8:39 in the morning here, and today we bring you a special show celebrating International Women's Day. A little bit more about Global Pop-Up Newsroom for anyone who's just coming in. Global Pop-Up Newsroom, started by California State University Northridge, is an interactive way for student journalists to connect all across the world. We have women reporters, anchors, producers, and many more who help put this show together. So today we work with the journalists from all over the Central Valley in Northern California to give recognition to the powerful women on the Fresno State campus who continue to create journeys and opportunities for the women around this community. Later on, we will also be joined by our other anchor, Terry Randolph, who will be bringing you many more stories as well. But first, I'd like to introduce Viviana Hinojos, who shows us one student who has transformed her life through art.
To her parents' fears and phobias of dying. Now, Lesnikowski has transformed those fears into art.
A lot of my work has to do with death and dying and the process of that, the process of growing and kind of the process of wilting. It's really morbid, but that's how I grew up. It's like that was my normal.
Lesnikowski first picked up a paintbrush in 5th grade and has since become a talented artist, drawing oil paintings on canvas that are full of both vibrant colors and darkness.
These vivid, cute, colorful worlds with this dark, depressing atmosphere. There's something about them that seems off, like something's wrong, but they kind of trap you in them.
One of those people who became quickly fascinated by Lesnikowski's work is Fresno State art professor Nick Potter.
She's sort of relentlessly talented. I mean, it's hard to sort of teach someone like that because you're just going wow all the time. So she's just really impressive.
When grad student Angel Lesnikowski isn't at Fresno State, you'll probably find her here at the M Street Art Gallery in downtown Fresno, spending time with the art community that she holds close to her heart.
I have to say, when we first walked in, we were immediately drawn to Angel's, is it Saracen Head, the painting of the pub? And then, of course, to this one.
There's a lot of people that really show their love to me and support me, and I want to do something that everyone with my art, that everyone can be involved with.
Lesnikowski also shares that fear and anxiety of dying is actually what pushes her to become a better artist. She plans to pursue a Master of Fine Art in LA, New York, or San Francisco after she graduates, and go on to have a long career as an artist. Viviana Hinojos, Fresno State Focus.
Hi, I'm Terry Randolph, and that was really wonderful, Ajwa. Well, the story that I have is that Cassandra donates her time as a nonprofit hip-hop team that uses hip-hop dance to keep kids away from gang violence and drugs. She was part of the contemporary dance ensemble performance. We were celebrating Black History Month, and she was one of the dancers.
Performed at NASCAR. We've performed here at the St. Mark Center for like the Harlem Globetrotters event. We performed for the community, and we spread awareness to keep kids in that nonprofit organization utilize hip-hop dance to keep them away from the gang violence and drugs, and to keep them in school. And to keep them in school.
You can follow Cassandra and the hip-hop team on Facebook and Instagram at Dance Empowerment.
Thank you very much for that story, Terry. One thing I really like is that with February and March, you've managed to really combine all those diverse people in the community, because it was Black History Month here in the United States last month in February. So we've really managed to collaborate and symbolize that diverse community nationwide. So thank you.
Yes, we did. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next, with Women's History Month, it has a different meaning for everyone. So today we look at Dr. Maida Shetler, the chair and coordinator of Fresno State's Africana Studies program, who has changed the way we look at community diversity.
To carry out that legacy.
Africana Studies as a smaller field has always been kind of underrepresented and under-supported. And so our struggle has always been to hire more Africana Studies professors in order to build out the program, because Africana Studies is so important for retention, for recruitment, retention, for students of color to have a place, a home, an academic home.
Her experience in South Africa as a senior at Brown University inspired her to use the values she learned in her classes today.
I always talk about Ubuntu on the very first day of class, and Ubuntu is the African principle of humanhood, of generosity, of being in community, of not being isolated, not being individual, but being selfless and thinking of others.
Shetler hopes that the shift in new upper division leadership at Fresno State leads to a future with more cultural integration, attention and focus on Black students' retention and graduation.
I feel like the policies at the kind of upper level administration need to support systemic access and to bring in more Black students back to where it was in the 2008-2009 levels.
For Women's History Month, Shetler nominated Kalia Clayton, a double major in Africana Studies and Psychology, for a Community Works in Africana Studies award. Clayton's work at Golden Charter Academy and the African American Museum in downtown Fresno was what inspired Shetler to nominate her for the Community Works in Africana Studies Award at the NAACP Black Excellence Gala.
When she had told me, I went to my car and I just started bawling in tears, and I cried for like 5 minutes, and I called my mom and I told her, I was like, Mom, guess what?
22 years working in the Africana Studies program, and Shetler is finally beginning to see changes from her hard works. Ajwa Akins, Fresno State Focus. State Focus.
We'll be posting throughout the day on Facebook and Twitter. I'm Terry Randolph with Ajwa Akins. We'll toss it back to you, Anusha.
Thank you, California State University, for those amazing stories. I'm sure our audience had a great time listening to them. Thank you. So that's a wrap. A long 6-hour show. We pulled it out. I can say that this Women's Day was well spent. And for one thing that we have learned from this whole experience is that empowered women empowers women. And there's nothing more attractive, nothing more fulfilling, and nothing more empowering than a woman standing up for another woman. But we still have miles to go before we sleep. We will keep fighting for everything that stays against gender equity. Huge shout out to all the reporters and journalists who joined us today to make this show a success. Particularly, my thoughts and prayers go to the brave women of Ukraine and Afghanistan. Hats off, guys. Watching women from Afghanistan gave me goosebumps. So the whole show was managed by 3 producers of Asian College of Journalism, Vibha V. Madhav, Parvati Sukumaran, and Sambhavi Parthasarathy, with co-producers Amar, Joanne, and Sam. Once again, a very happy and proud Women's Day wishes to you all. This is me, Anusha Andrews, signing off. Bye-bye.